was where I was going to do that. Yeah, okay. Good evening, everyone. It's just gone 6:30, so we'll start. I welcome you all, fellow members, ladies and gentlemen, to this meeting of the Council. Please ensure that your mobile phones are switched off. Do all councillors have a copy of the agenda papers? Yeah. I'll now outline the emergency evacuation procedures. In the event of an emergency, please exit via the nearest fire exit. These are marked clearly around the main hall and congregate in the car park at the back of Paley's. Please ensure that you maintain social distancing throughout the course of the meeting and adhere to the one-way system in place. It is requested that face masks be worn when moving around in the building, though you may remove these when you are seated if you wish. Please sit only in your allocated seats and do not adjust the position of the desk, as these have been measured to ensure a 2-metre distancing is maintained. Hand sanitizer is available on your desks. Please ensure that you use it regularly and before and after touching any surfaces. Papers must not be passed between participants. Officers will be monitoring all aspects of the meeting from the health and safety perspective. If the instructions are not followed or there are concerns for the safety of participants, I will be alerted and the meeting will be adjourned. The Chair has a personal responsibility and liability with regard to the safe running of the meeting, and this will be treated with the utmost seriousness. The meeting is being live streamed to enable public access. Due to the nature of the meeting, voting will take place via roll call. The meeting is being live streamed to enable public access. Please ensure that your microphones are muted when you're not speaking to prevent any disturbance. Before I start the meeting, I want to welcome Councillor Clark. Congratulations on your election. It feels like a long time ago now, but I think this is your first meeting, so welcome to this council. And I'll just take this opportunity to thank Councillor Raper. He resigned from council, and I understand he's gone to live in Ireland. He did a lot of work on this council over many years, so I thank him for that. Item agenda 2 is apologies for absence. Are there any apologies for absence?
Yes, Chair. We have apologies from Councillors Hope, King, Mason, Mackenzie, Middleton, Oxley, Rain and Windress.
Thank you. Item agenda 3 is public question time, and there are no public questions.
Sorry, Chairman, we've got Councillor Duncan wanting to...
I don't know if you said Councillor Delaney on your list, but he has passed on his apologies. Or...
I didn't, but thank you.
Oh, sorry.
So that's Councillor Delaney as well as sent his apologies. Item agenda 4 on the agenda is to approve a correct record of the minutes of the ordinary meeting of Council held on the 7th of October. That's on page 5 to 12 of your agendas. As Chairman of this Council, I move that the minutes of the ordinary meeting of Council held on the 7th of October 2021 be approved and signed as a correct record. Is that seconded? Got that? Unless a member has an amendment to change the minutes with the words to be included or deleted, which I can put to the vote, I will move the vote on approving the minutes as drafted. Anyone got an amendment? No? No. Members, please can you cast your votes now? And it's all the votes are done by roll call tonight.
Councillor Joy Andrews?
Actually, if no one has an amendment, can we do this by general affirmation rather than, yeah? Yeah. So that is carried. Item 5, there are no items of urgent business. Item 6 is declarations of interest. Declarations of interest. Do any members have any interest to declare under the Members' Code of Conduct? Councillor Thackeray, could you sit in your seat, Councillor Thackeray? No. Okay.
Chairman, declaration of interest. I'm a member of North Yorkshire County Council and I'm also a member of the Hawarden Hills area of Outnas, JAC AONB.
Okay. I've got those. Yeah. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Forgive me, it's not a declaration of interest, but it's the only opportunity, I think, this evening for me to place on public record my thanks to members of staff of Northern Power Grid who've been working valiantly all day in my ward to repair broken lines and return power to members of my ward. And with your indulgence, I thank them publicly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary. Item Agenda 7 is announcements. And I have one or two announcements here. We've got some good news for once. Martin Barker, our Community Enforcement Officer, won the Keep Britain Tidy Academy Enforcement Award. The announcement was made to the awards ceremony on Thursday, the 9th of February. So well done him. Joe Kent, our street scene, recognition for his service, delivery and hard work during COVID-19, and will get to pick up an award from the Queen at Buckingham Palace at the Royal Garden Party. So that's jolly good for him. I'm pleased about that. I'm sure we'll all congratulate him. Marcus Lee, supported by Mark Smith and Amy Goy from the Revs and Bens team, recently had an audit with Grant Thornton and for 5 years in a row received accredited notification. However, thanks should also be noted to all the Rev and Bens team in achieving consistency and high standards. Street Scene, who are celebrating being third in the country in a DEFRA League table 2020-2021 for the least amount of fly tipping incidents. So I think, so those are all good news. Moving on to item Agenda 8. Item 8 on the agenda is to receive members' questions on notice, and there are no questions on notice. Item Agenda 9, appointment of member to Policy and Resources Committee from the Liberal Group. Item 9 on the agenda is to appoint a member to the Policy and Resources Committee from the Liberal Group. Please could somebody move the nomination? Councillor Potter.
I would like to nominate Councillor Clark, please.
Is that seconded? That was Councillor Wass seconded that. Do any members wish to speak in favour or against the nomination? The nomination has been moved and seconded. well, it says it's been sufficiently debated, but we haven't debated it. So we'll now move to the vote. Unless you wish to speak. Do you wish to say anything, Councillor Potter?
Not in particular, thank you. But
No.
presumably we could go to
Okay.
general affirmation.
Okay. Can we take that by general affirmation? Has anyone... Yeah. Okay. So item agenda 10. Item agenda 10 is... Item agenda 10. To consider for approval the recommendations in respect of the following Part B Council items. So 10A is the review of taxi and private hire policy. Would Councillor Cleary please briefly introduce this recommendation?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. In introducing this, I first of all thank the officers concerned in its review, Mark Heaton and assisted by John Wardell. And then generally they assist both myself and the licensing committee greatly. The review is a standard review. It's nothing, it coincides with a government review of suggested standards, and our existing policy showed up very well against it. Specific changes are minimal, but relate to equality and disability capacity. And there is an ongoing, further ongoing consultation which we will hear back within the next 3 or 4 months, specifically to the number of vehicles able to carry wheelchairs. I believe there are 5 out of the 85 vehicles currently on record being able to carry wheelchairs. Members might be interested to know that there might be occasionally a problem where there are too many wheelchair capable vehicles which, although they can carry wheelchairs, present problems to those who are less able but not actually in wheelchairs. There hasn't been any problems at the moment with the number of wheelchair capable vehicles. So that is an ongoing subject of interest. The other change is a very minor change to do with dress policy. I believe the previous policy, there was the word not absent. So, for example, where it says drivers should not wear tatty jeans, for example, it said that they should wear tatty jeans. So that has been corrected. It is very minimal, and I can recommend the report to the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Councillor Cleary? No. Councillor Cleary, could you please move your recommendation, and once it's seconded, you can make your speech.
I move it as already said. I've nothing further to add. I'll move it as already discussed. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Councillor Potter seconded that. Does anyone wish to speak in favour or against the motion or propose an amendment? Councillor Andrews.
Yes, Chair. I'm not going to oppose this, but I think I will abstain. I abstain because I think it really is hard on the taxi trade, because first of all it requires them to take DBS tests every 6 months, I think it is, instead of every 2 years. I think 6 months is too short. There's also provisions about criminal offences which go beyond the limit prescribed by, it goes beyond the period by which some offences are to be spent. And I'm not really happy about that, because I really feel that people who've been involved in the court, young people, for example, they got into trouble, and I think really they should have a chance after their conviction has been spent, and for that reason I shall be abstaining.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews. Does anyone else wish to speak? No. So the motion's been sufficiently debated. As it's been moved and seconded and debated, I'll put it to the vote. Will we have to take a roll call, or can we do this by general affirmation apart from one amendment? Need a vote? Need to do a vote, sorry.
Councillor Joy Andrews?
For.
Councillor Paul Andrews?
Abstain.
Councillor Arnold? Councillor Bailey?
For.
Councillor Brackstone?
For.
Councillor Burr?
For.
Councillor Clark?
For.
Councillor Cleary?
For.
Councillor Cousins? Sorry? 4. Thank you. Councillor Dockra?
For.
Councillor Duncan?
For.
Councillor Frank?
For.
Councillor Garbutt-Moore?
For.
Councillor Goodrick?
For.
Councillor Graham?
For.
Councillor Keele?
For.
Councillor Potter?
For.
Councillor Ryby?
For.
Councillor Thackeray?
For.
Councillor Wass?
For.
Chair, that's 19 votes for and 1 abstention.
Thank you. That motion's carried. So, item agenda 10B, the localisation of council tax support scheme, pages 89 to 114 on your agendas. Would Councillor Keele, would you please briefly introduce this recommendation?
Thank you, Chair. Our council needs to approve a local council tax support scheme for 2022-23. And this report seeks approval for the final scheme for a local council tax support scheme for 2020-22-23 with the following detail. A local council tax support scheme for 2022-23, which is unchanged from the previous one, 2021 to 22, and also to authorise the Section 151 officer in consultation with myself as Chair of Policy and Resources Committee to undertake the necessary consultation work to design a scheme for 2023-24. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Councillor Keele? No. Councillor Keele, please move the recommendation, and once it's seconded, you may make your speech. Is that seconded?
Chairman, I'll second that.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak in favour or against the motion or propose an amendment? No? So, as the motion has been moved and seconded, I'll put it to the vote.
Councillor Joy Andrews?
For.
Councillor Paul Andrews?
For.
Councillor Arnold? Councillor Bailey?
For.
Councillor Brackstone?
For.
Councillor Burr? Councillor Clark?
For.
Councillor Cleary?
For.
Councillor Cousins? Councillor Dockra?
For.
Councillor Duncan?
For.
Councillor Frank?
For.
Councillor Garbutt-Moore?
For.
Councillor Goodrick?
For.
Councillor Graham?
For.
Councillor Keele?
For.
Councillor Potter?
For.
Councillor Ryby?
For.
Councillor Thackeray?
For.
Councillor Wass?
For.
That's unanimous, Chair.
Thank you. So that is carried. Thank you. So moving on to item 10C, Ryedale Financial Strategy. This report has been superseded by the subsequent report that will be dealt with at the second meeting tonight and therefore will not be considered now. Item 10D, again this report has been superseded by a subsequent report that will be dealt with in the second meeting tonight and therefore will not be considered now. Item 10E, Council performance, quarter 2, 2021 to 20. Would Councillor Keel please briefly introduce this recommendation?
Thank you, Chair. This is a report on the progress update for the Council's performance for the end of quarter 2 of the reporting cycle, so July to September 2021 for the year 2021 to 22.
Are there any questions for Councillor Keel? Councillor Keel, please move the recommendation, and once it's been seconded, you may make your speech. Is that seconded? Seconded. No?
Is it seconded?
Has somebody seconded? Oh, sorry, Lindsay seconded that. I thought no one had seconded it for a minute.
Thank you. So yes, this is a progress update on the council plan. Overall, out of the 13 key performance indicators, 10 are showing a green status, which is obviously to be welcomed. That's 77%, and 2 an amber status, and 1 red status when looking at quarter 2 performance. Actions have been taken on each of the red and amber performance indicators, and they're included in the main report and the covering report, and they have, as was requested, been reported to the Overview and Scrutiny Committee. I think it's worth mentioning a couple of items. I'll be brief, but a couple of items that I think are significant and worth reporting at this point. Our affordable housing delivery continues to perform really well and well above its target, with 51 homes already delivered this year against a target of 75. And the speed of processing new claims for both housing benefit and council tax support during quarter 2 is significantly higher than the target, placing us at the best performing authority in North Yorkshire for processing those sort of housing benefit claims. So I'll leave it at that. Happy to take questions if any members have questions. Thank you.
Does anyone wish to speak in favour or against the motion or propose an amendment? We're getting on well. I believe the motion's now been... as the motion has been moved and seconded, we'll put it straight to the vote. If there's no objection to this, can we do this one by general affirmation? Any objection to that? Okay. So that's been carried by general affirmation. Thank you. We move on to item 11. So we're moving now to notices on motion. We have 5 motions to consider. 11A, referred by full council on 15th of April 2021 and considered by Policy and Resources Committee on the 11th of November 2021. Item 11A was referred to Policy and Resources Committee by this council on the 15th of April and has now come back following consideration. The recommendation can be found on page 189 of your agendas. As this was unanimous in P&R, can we go straight to the vote? Anyone object to that? Okay. Councillor Keel. Councillor Duncan.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Obviously, what was agreed at P&R is different wording to what's actually been proposed by Councillor Middleton and Councillor Garbutt-Moore. So I have no objection with agreeing with what P&R decided to agree. But I would imagine the procedure is that needs to be moved and seconded. And if it is, then I'm happy to go straight to the vote if it's the text that was agreed by P&R.
So, what you're saying is that you have no objection to this going straight to the vote?
If someone's going to propose and someone's going to second the text that was from P&R, so obviously Councillor Middleton's not here, but Councillor Garbutt-Moore is, if they're happy for it to be what was approved by P&R, then I have no objection to going to the vote.
Yeah, I'm happy with that, Chairman.
Yeah. So can someone second that then? Can that be seconded? Councillor Keel. So in that case, we will go straight to the vote. Has anyone any objection to any of this, or can we do? So, Councillor Thackeray.
Yes, it's not an objection, it's just an observation of a typo. We've got an extra word in there. The word in doesn't need to be in the second paragraph sentence.
So if we cross that word out, can we go to the vote? Is everyone happy with that word's been deleted? And has anyone any real objection to this, or can we do this one by general affirmation? No. Councillor Ryedale, do you have any objection to it? No. Okay, so then this is passed by general affirmation. This is being carried by general affirmation. Thank you. So we'll go to 11B, referred by full council on the 9th of September 2021 and considered by Policy and Resources Committee on the 11th of November 2021. Item 11B was referred to Policy and Resources Committee by this council on the 9th of September 2021 and has now come back following consideration. The recommendation can be found on page 197 of your agenda. Councillor Andrews, please make your mover's speech.
Yeah, Chairman. Following discussions with the officers, I've agreed to amend the resolution. I'll read the amendment out very slowly. And this is to substitute the words that are down on the agenda with the following words. Members of the local plan working party work with officers to agree the specification and quality criteria required for the procurement of consultants to act as critical friends, advise members of the working party and officers on strategic policy options and climate change policies. And
Madam Chairman, I think we're on the wrong agenda item here. I think we should be on the previous one.
I apologise.
Would
yes,
you like to start again, Councillor Andrews?
I do apologise. Yeah. This is the... we have in Malton a serious air quality problem. We do... up until now, we've had no member representation on the air quality group, which is an entirely officer-controlled group. There have been concerns expressed about the decisions that have been made, and it's felt that it would be best if a member of the council was on that group, so as to avoid future misunderstandings. The motion has been before Policy and Resources. Policy and Resources have agreed it by a majority, subject to being substantially amended, so that it says that one member of this council could be included on that group. And I so move.
Is that seconded?
I'd like to second that, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. So now the motion's been proposed and seconded. It's open for debate. Anyone wish to speak? Councillor Duncan.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just wanted to double check that what's being proposed is this council agrees to appoint a local district councillor to attend future meetings of the Air Quality Steering Group, which is what was discussed at P&R, and if so, I'm happy to support that. My next question is, on that basis, do we need to appoint a councillor this evening to be on that body, and will you be opening that up for proposals and nominations?
Yes, that's what's coming up next if this is approved. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, just on the recommendation reads, this council agrees to appoint a local district councillor to attend future meetings of the Air Quality Steering Quality. It's just, I think, if we can get the wording right.
Steering group. Yeah. Is there quality? Yeah. Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, so I will now move to the vote.
Councillor Joy Andrews.
For.
Councillor Paul Andrews.
For.
Councillor Arnold. Councillor Bailey.
For.
Councillor Brackstone.
For.
Councillor Burr.
For.
Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Cleary.
For.
Councillor Cousins. Councillor Dockra.
For.
Councillor Duncan.
For.
Councillor Frank.
For.
Councillor Garbett Moore.
For.
Councillor Goodrick.
For.
Councillor Graham.
For.
Councillor Keele.
For.
Councillor Potter.
For.
Councillor Ryby.
For.
Councillor Thackeray.
For.
And Councillor Wass.
For.
That's unanimous, Chair.
Unanimous, then, isn't it? So that motion is carried. As the
Then,
motion was carried,
then, Chair, I would move that Councillor Thackeray be the appointed person. Do I have a...
hang on a minute, Paul. As the motion was carried, Council must now appoint a representative to the Air Quality Steering Group. Are there any nominations?
As I said, Councillor Thackeray, Chair. I believe I have a seconder.
Is that
I'd
seconded?
like to second that.
Okay, are there any other nominations? So, Councillor Andrews, would you please make your move of speech?
I don't think I need to, Chair, except to say that Councillor Thackeray has shown an extremely strong interest in this matter for a very long time, and I think he's the right person to know what he's talking about and to represent the council on that group.
Yeah. So the nomination's been moved and seconded, so we will move to the vote. Sorry, Councillor Cleary.
I'd like to support the nomination. Councillor Thackeray shows great interest, and I feel confident he will attend his position with in a most assiduous manner. Thank you.
Thank you. If no one has any objection to this, which it doesn't sound as though you do, I think we can do this one by general affirmation. Any objection to that? Okay, so that's carried by general affirmation. Councillor Thackeray has been appointed to the council's representative to the Air Quality Steering Group. So 11C, item 11C was referred to Policy and Resources Committee by this council on the 9th of September 2021, and it's now come back following consideration. The recommendation can be found on page 203 of your agendas. Councillor Andrews, please make your move of speech.
Yes, Chair. Well, before I do, I want to move an amendment, which is to substitute the words of the motion as is on the agenda with the words, members of the local plan working party work with officers to agree the specification and quality criteria required for the procurement of consultants to act as critical friends, advise members of the working party and officers on strategic policy options and climate change policies, and to prepare necessary technical evidence. If I have a seconder, I'll make my speech, Chair.
Councillor, I think Councillor Cleary, were you wanting to say?
I'm seconding, thank you.
Councillor Cleary is second that. Thank you, Councillor Burr. So the motion's been proposed and seconded, so it's open for debate. Anyone wish to say?
No, I wish to make a speech, Chair, please.
Sorry. Okay. Well, yeah.
And I do apologise for making the error earlier on. Yes, Chair. The officers produced a report at the Policy and Resources Committee, and I learnt from that report. I listened carefully, and I decided that in the light of that report, I would try and agree a form of words with the officers. And this is what I've done. So the planning office is not objecting to this motion. In fact, I think they rather support it. I've spoken to the monitoring officer, and she confirms the form of wording of this amendment is accepted. As regards funds, I would say that I'm informed by officers that consultants can be appointed immediately. There need be no delay about this, because the appointment of consultants in general for the local plan is covered by the council's budget for the review of the local plan, and so therefore there's no financial considerations at all to be considered by this committee. And I would also emphasise that most, if not 90%, of the work that is envisaged in this motion is already covered by the work that the Ryedale committee would be, the Ryedale Review Working Party would be already doing. So it doesn't actually add any substantial expense for the council. So there's no reason to not to do it on financial grounds. I gave my reasons for the motion when I originally introduced the motion at the council meeting in September. I don't think I really need to repeat that again, but I would emphasise that officers are under pressure, and they do need assistance. So as well as the few extra things that I'm asking for, this is something that really should benefit the officers and help them to get that local plan properly reviewed, before the reorganisation takes place. And so I think it's absolutely vital that all members support this motion, and I hope it's unanimous. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As seconder, I will take this opportunity now to speak to the motion. I was not at all supportive of the previous wording of Councillor Andrews' motion last year. The wording has changed, circumstances have changed, and time has moved on. The most important thing is that the planning department, the leaders of the planning department, are now generally supportive of this invitation for further discussion from without. The previous wording was not at all inviting. It was, I think, far more imposing, and I'm happy, therefore, that wording and circumstances of time has moved on and allow me to support Councillor Andrews' motion. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Burr.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I think it's really important that we support our officers. They have an awful lot of workload at the moment, and I think regarding the Ryedale plan, it's imperative if we as councillors can do more for them. When the new authority takes over, we want to pass on a robust plan which reflects Ryedale. I understand that our officers actually welcome this, and as it has no financial implications, I ask councillors to support this.
Councillor Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. Just a comment, really, because this was a recommendation that was referred to P&R and had the benefit of an officer's report, which recommendation is before us. And now we've had it quite substantially amended. I just wonder what P&R or officers would think of the amendment. That's something we can't really tell. So I'm a bit uneasy to say that something that went through the process and has this recommendation has now changed on a bit of hearsay, and I don't see evidence from the officers or the committee concerns, and maybe the chair of P&R could help. But I'd just like some assurance that P&R thought this was a good idea now, having given the recommendation that we have before us.
Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think most members will realise that I very much know the importance of the local plan. As much as anything, this is a question because as far as I'm aware, the planning officers already had the ability to call on consultants. They already had a budget to do so. I just want to clarify that this motion or amendment, whatever we want to call it, really just puts it within the gift of members to be involved and to agree any appointment of consultants. Is it right that that is really the only change?
Councillor Keel, would you like to answer Councillor Bailey and Councillor Potter's
Yeah,
queries?
I'll do my best. My understanding is that that is the aim of this this motion. It is to slightly extend the role of the consultants that we would be appointing anyway to help with the technical advice, but it's asking them to do slightly more than that and advise on other matters within the plan, such as climate change implications and that sort of thing. And my understanding is that it will be kept within the budget that is already existing to do this work. So I think it is, as has already been said, it's an assistance to our officers. It is a slightly different way of doing things. I have to say that it's bringing this amendment in after it has been discussed by Policy and Resources, but it has been discussed with the officers that are leading the local plan work, and they are happy with this approach. Thank you.
Councillor Thackeray.
Yes, I'd just like to add to that hopefully the newly appointed Ryedale District Council member representative of the Ryedale District Council Air Quality Steering Group, I'm going to need a big business card, will be able to feed into this process because the local plan and the sites, distribution of housing across Ryedale will have a major impact on the health of the people that live here and the future health of the children that live here. And, you know, alongside other considerations, this is a very, very big one, and I certainly would welcome the opportunity to work alongside our officers and consultants on that basis. Thank you.
Councillor Duncan.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Obviously, what's been proposed by Councillor Andrews is very radically different to what he was originally asking for. Originally, he was asking for us to engage consultants, in effect, to lead the local plan revision. What he's now proposing is for officers to engage consultants for the various elements of work that I understand they probably would already have engaged, irrespective of whether this motion was put forward. So on the one hand, it sounds like it's not really changing very much. On the other hand, this has come forward as a bit of a surprise, and I think I wasn't aware of the wording that Councillor Andrews had put forward. I don't think other members of P&R were aware of that either, and it would have potentially been quite useful if we had been made aware of this very different wording that's been put forward. And I think it would have also been useful if, rather than us having to rely on other members saying what officers think who aren't here to represent their views, it would have potentially been useful if we could have had something directly from officers to understand their views and the reasons why they now seem to be supporting this. I think it's worth pointing out that this is, I think, the third time that Councillor Andrews has proposed a motion to this effect. And on 2 occasions previously, it has been voted down by a cross-section of different political parties who all felt that the proposal that he'd put forward was not going to help advance the local plan revision. And we're now at a point where it sounds like Councillor Andrews is trying to approve something to say that something has been approved as a result of his, I have to say, repeated attempts, and he's clearly not giving in on this one, so some credit to him on that front. But it is the third time, and I'm not sure necessarily what it really adds to the revision. The key thing for us, for myself and for the Conservative group, is we want to see as much work on this revision done as we possibly can to address some of the issues which we're aware of, which we all believe potentially needs to be changed. So we have a robust local plan moving forward into the future so that we can guide development in the best way across the district. It's a bit of a strange one. I'm not sure quite what to make of it, if I'm totally honest with you. And it would have been potentially useful if it had been approached in a different way. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak? So, as the proposer, Councillor Andrews, would you like to come back?
Yes, Chair. To clarify, we're not actually putting the gift of appointing consultants into the hands of members. What we're doing is we're giving members the opportunity to be involved in the formulation of the instructions that will be given to the consultants, so that we can make sure that the things we want to discuss are going to be included in their brief. Will the air quality rep be able to feed into this? Well, the air quality rep is already on the working group, so I'm sure he will make his views very clear indeed. As far as being aware earlier, I'm not sure if I should apologise for this or not, but I'll say the way this came about was I had a long discussion with my seconder, and that discussion took place on Tuesday morning. And since Tuesday morning, I've been, we could see a way forward between ourselves. So since Tuesday morning and now, I've been busily emailing various officers to check that everything is in order, and to check that the officers aren't going to get up at this moment and say, sorry, Paul Andrews, we didn't agree this. And that is why it's come late. It's because I had a discussion with Councillor Cleary, and we saw that this was the best way to go. And I'm sorry that it's so late, but I think it is something which all members can agree anyway.
Thank you. So I'll now put this to the vote.
Councillor Joy Andrews?
For.
Councillor Paul Andrews?
For.
Councillor Arnold? Councillor Bailey?
Against.
Councillor Brackstone?
For.
Councillor Burr?
For.
Councillor Clark?
For.
Councillor Cleary?
For.
Councillor Cousins? Councillor Dockra?
Against.
Councillor Duncan?
Against.
Councillor Frank? Councillor Garbutt-Moore?
Against.
Councillor Goodrick?
Abstain.
Councillor Graham?
I beg your pardon.
Thank you. Abstain.
I didn't mean to throw my voice right across there.
Sorry, can we clarify? Councillor Goodrick?
Abstain.
Councillor Graham?
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Keele?
For.
Councillor Potter?
For.
Councillor Ryby?
For.
Councillor Thackeray?
For.
Councillor Wass?
For.
Chair, that's 12 votes for, 4 against and 4 abstentions. Chair, 12 votes for, 4 votes against and 4 abstentions.
So that motion is carried. So we move now to item 11D. This is a procedural motion. Councillor Duncan, please move your procedural motion, and then once it's been seconded, you can make your speech.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to move the motion.
Is that seconded?
I believe I have a seconder.
On a point of order.
Sorry, one at a time.
On a point of order, if the previous motion was amended, was it not the amendment that we voted on, and the motion should then be decided?
Yes, Chair, it's the motion as amended. And I said and I've said we substituted one for the other.
Can I please join in? Yes,
Where's Elizabeth? Yeah.
Chair, yes, it was the motion as amended that you were voting on.
Yeah.
So you should really have voted for the amended motion and the motion that was amended. First, Andrew has evening that you were voting.
Yeah.
Can anyone tell what she's saying? I'm sorry, it's a bit difficult.
She seems to be nodding though.
I think what she's saying is that we should actually have said that we were going to vote on this motion as amended prior to the vote. Does anyone wish to change their vote having said that? No. So, well, so that
so it's the amended motion that has been carried.
Yeah, that motion as amended has been carried.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Are you happy with that, Councillor Bailey? Good. Item 11D is a procedural motion. Councillor Duncan, please move your procedural motion, and then once it's seconded, you can make your speech.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm happy to move that, and I believe Councillor Dockerer is happy to second in the absence of John Mackenzie.
Did you get that? That's Councillor... yeah, okay. Councillor Duncan, please make your mover's speech.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The skate park in Norton is a vital facility that's been used and enjoyed by many young people since it opened over 20 years ago. But its future is sadly in peril. The park is currently closed and has been closed for many months. The status of the iconic half-pipe remains in doubt, and there is still no agreed way forward. What started with a campaign to save the half-pipe a year ago has become a battle for the future of the whole park. It's a sad saga that has harmed public trust and rightly generated great anger. The hope was that Norton Town Council, which operates the facility, would be able to agree a plan and a way forward. But as the months went on and views became entrenched, I was asked to use my role as a district and county councillor to help. In discussion with campaigner Ryan Swain and Town Councillor John Mackenzie, I submitted a proposal to this council in an attempt to break the deadlock situation. I believe we, tonight as a district council, have the power to provide the town council with the tools they need to finally agree a plan. In doing so, we will be able to leave a legacy for this generation and future generations of young people. I submitted this motion to Ryedale District Council 3 months ago. I've waited very patiently for it to be discussed, but my patience and the patience of the public is wearing pretty thin right now. Further delay would be unfair, I feel, and yet another blow in this long-running saga. So I'm calling on colleagues of all parties and all groups, please let's do what we can to heal the divisions on this issue and play a role in reaching the resolution that is so desperately needed for Ryedale's young people. I'm asking that the motion can be discussed this evening to avoid any unnecessary further delay to the funding, which I believe is so vitally important and which I believe Ryedale should rightfully provide. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
The motion's been proposed and seconded, so it's open for debate. Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Chair. I can't say as I have any expertise in this matter at all, because quite clearly it's very much a Norton issue. What I am aware of is that it is a particularly complex, divisive and politically charged issue. That being the case, I think it would be exceedingly unwise to make any decision on this without any officer recommendation or officer report on it. So I feel that this should absolutely be referred to P&R. That being the case, I will not be supporting this particular motion to suspend standing orders. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, I think I do have some sympathy with Councillor Potter's point of view. However, as Councillor Duncan has already pointed out, this is now quite an aged motion, if I might use that phrase, and I think as part of the motion, officer involvement is included, which will guide us somewhat. And I do believe that standing orders should be suspended for us to be able to debate the matter tonight. Thank you.
Councillor Andrews.
Yes, Chair. I have been involved with this sort of tangentially for a while. And whilst I agree with the general thrust and the principle of it, I'm also aware of the complex relationships and arguments that are going on between various personalities and bodies, particularly in Norton Town Council. And the proposal is to give £50,000 to Norton Town Council. Now, I fully understand the Councillor Duncan's enthusiasm to get this into place as quickly as possible. But on the other hand, there's no point giving it to Norton Town Council if a lot of members of Norton Town Council are against the whole principle of skate park in general. Furthermore, there are other parties involved. There is the Malton-Norton Area Partnership, which is the body which is really pressing, for this. They have got a lot of voluntary labour lined up, and they're doing fundraising on their own account. I really do feel that rather than rush in, I would say, where fools fear to tread, we ought to ask the officers to speak to the clerk of Norton Town Council, to the chair, and to the chair of the partnership, and to try and work out the best way to take this forward. I would emphasise that I support the general principle, but I do think that by going forward without the officers having a chance to investigate it and try to sort things out, there is a danger that whatever we decide today is going to fall on stony ground and is not going to work out right. And so therefore, I would ask that it be referred to officers for a report back.
Thank you. Councillor Ryedale.
Thank you, Chair. I'm somewhat surprised at Councillor Duncan bringing this motion, and the reason I'm surprised is that I represent the ward at Kirby Moorside area. I proposed that when everybody was scrambling, or appeared to be scrambling, to empty some of the coffers of Ryedale's reserve fund, the likes of Milton Rooms, Cattle Market, Pickering Rooms was supported. My memory is that Councillor Duncan was totally against emptying the funds, and it should be carried over to the next council. So, yeah, you know, I was put back. I had a good proposal for Walking for All, which is already a good scheme that was put forward. Since then, yeah, I missed the budget last year, and so I was told I'd got to wait, and then I was told the P&R I couldn't speak for it. So it's kind of like it's okay if it's for you guys from Malton and Norton and around to dibble out the money, but some guy in the sticks out at Kirby Moorside, it's unimportant. It may be a good scheme, but so was the one we had at Kirby, and I think fair's fair, and it should go through the full channels of P&R and not be whipped in round our backs at a late date. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ryby. Councillor Joy Andrews.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not aware of the ins and outs and the personalities, etc., that's been going on. But I don't think it should be discussed this evening. I do think it needs to go to P&R for a report. I think it's important that there is something for the youth of Ryedale, and I just think it's too soon without all the information. I wouldn't be comfortable committing this kind of money without seeing a report, so I can't support the motion to discuss it this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Arnold.
Thank you, Chair. I must admit I do have to support it going to P&R. I agree with Councillor Potter. I think I support it in general. I support the money in general to a certain extent, but I do think I need more information because it says the money is going to the town council or a relevant community interest, and I would like to know who that was, to be honest.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Arnold. Councillor Bailey.
Well, Madam Chair, I mean, I'm not interested in the personalities, actually. I'm interested in providing a service or a facility for the community. And so I think we need to get past the personalities or who says what and who the individuals are and have a look at what we're doing for the people of Malton and Norton and wider as well. And this has gone on for ages. It's been postponed. It's there's always a reason why not, isn't there? You know, there's always a reason why we can't do something. But I note in part of the recommendation there is due diligence required. It will, I'm sure, require a session at P&R to actually sign the leases or to do the arrangements anyway. But to be able to at least go forward to start that process from here and say this money will be available subject to due diligence, as the motion says, is a good idea. Time's short. Malton and Norton, as well as having Section 106 funds, have taken a shed load of development, which has generated a big chunk of our capital as new homes bonus. And that money is exactly there for that purpose of repairing or compensating for the impact of development on places like Malton and Norton. They've taken the housing. They should be able to use that money and to start that process now, because otherwise it'll just fritter away and then we'll lose the opportunity. So I think we should debate it now. I can't see what decision extra we'll make at P&R that we wouldn't make debating it now.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. Councillor Dockrah.
Yeah, one of the things that that's very clear tonight is that John Mackenzie supports this wholeheartedly, and I don't think there's anybody in this room couldn't say there isn't a more honest and upstanding councillor than John Mackenzie. This has rolled on for so long now. I mean, we've been in a difficult position. The park, not the half park, the other parts were repaired. A lot of money was spent on it by the Norton Town Council. Environmental Art did the work, and that work was of poor quality. And I think actually this has been a bit of an elephant in the room with this council for quite an amount of time. The youth of Ryedale have been let down hugely over this. Norton Town Council spent good money and they have been unable to get the contractor back. Now, I'm not going to name the contractor, but we all know who the elephant in the room is. And I think it's interesting tonight that Councillor Keel is staying very quiet on this. And I think that the youth deserve this. And I think this should be discussed tonight and we should make a decision. Thank you.
Councillor Keele.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Councillor Docker. I just hadn't got around to putting my hand up to that point, but as I've been named, I will be doing, and I was going to anyway. I think I need to correct some misinformation from Councillor Duncan when he's saying that the skate park as a whole is at risk. It really is not. Norton Town Council, of which I'm also a member, have never wanted to close the skate park. And I just want to get that on record because this rumour has been flying around for long enough and that's never been the intention. In actual fact, I attended a meeting of some members of the council last night when we were looking at quotes that the councillors brought in for the work to be done on the smaller rides on the skate park. And as I think most members will know, the iconic half pipe, which has been mentioned, is a bone of contention within the council. It continues to be that, but I believe there is a will now to see that project move forward as well. That project would not be managed necessarily by Norton Town Council, it would be managed by the Morton and Norton Area Partnership, who are already looking at that project. But a decision has to be made on that. Now, I agree, I'm the first person to agree that this has taken far too long. It has. Completely agree on that subject. But I think now we are making great strides as a town council. We've had 3 contractors down to do, and these are skateboard contractors, to do quotes for us, and we will be looking at those in full and discussing them with the campaign group. Now, something else I want to just comment on briefly is that I'm just fascinated that Councillor Duncan has waited this sort of 18 months before he has raised this, this motion. I've been involved in this campaign right from the start. And in fact, if I hadn't intervened in the first place, the iconic half-pipe that was being referred to would now be in a scrapyard somewhere. And that piece of equipment itself has attracted regional, national and international interest, but it would have been lost to this community. Councillor Duncan hasn't attended one of the town council meeting where the skate park has been discussed, or any of the several extraordinary meetings the town council has held. He states in the motion he's spoken to the campaign group. He's maybe spoken to a couple of people. He hasn't spoken to the whole group, and he certainly hasn't spoken to the Morton and Norton Area Partnership. I want to move this forward as quickly as possible. I always have done, and I've been very frustrated by the speed at which it has moved through the town council. But I say we are making progress now. The last thing I want to do is put a huge amount of work on our officers in order to put a report together for P&R, but I think that is the route we should be going down. And I now think the Norton Town Council can really help officers in that process because they have a lot of the information that will be required. But I'm just surprised, you know, it's taken a long time to get to this point. It's very late in the budget setting process. Councillor Duncan knows that if it does go to... Sorry, one more word. He knows that if it does go to P&R, there is still an opportunity to put this into a budget at a later stage. So I won't be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Garbutt-Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just wanted to pick up on Councillor Potter's point, who's described this as a Norton issue. I would like to just point out, Councillor Potter, that people from Rillington use this skate park, from Heslerton, and right up to Sherburn and further afield. So this is definitely not a Norton issue. This is a Ryedale issue, and I'd like to see it addressed tonight. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Clark.
Am I correct, though, in saying that somebody has already achieved 15,000 quid's worth of funding and had contractors ready to do it, and they were refused permission to actually do that?
I'm sorry, but I don't know. Councillor Keele, have you the answer to that question?
Yes, I can just respond just for information. Yes, there was a pledge of £15,000, which was to go towards the half-pipe project only at the time, because at the start of this debate, that's all we were discussing was the half-pipe. Well, we don't know whether that money is still on the table. The campaign group is waiting for a decision on the town council, then we will look at it. But yes, that money was pledged, and then the Town Council chose not to support the project at that stage, but we've moved on from there. So thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak? In that case, we'll move to the vote.
I'd like to just respond to the debate, Madam Chairman.
Sorry?
I'd like to respond to the debate, Madam Chairman.
Is that a response? Oh, okay. Fine.
Yes, that's acceptable. Councillor Duncan can respond.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Councillor Duncan.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just want to be very clear. We had the opportunity tonight to vote to discuss this. This is all we're just talking about at the moment, is simply to discuss the item. And there is several members in this room who say that they are so-called supporters of the skate park campaign, who are saying that they do not even want to discuss the item. They could, when we discuss it, decide after having a full debate that they still want to refer it to P&R. But so-called supporters of the campaign, people who are involved in the campaign, Councillor Keele being the main person here, is saying that she does not even want this to be discussed. And I believe that to be a great travesty for the people who have been involved in this campaign, who want to see this issue resolved. We have the chance this evening to agree, in principle, £50,000. That would give the campaign great confidence that somebody finally is listening to what they've been saying for a year. This has been going on a very long time. We have the chance this evening as a district council, on behalf of the whole district, to send a very strong message of support to the campaign for the half pipe, but also for the other parts of the park, which at the moment are not open to the public. And I believe that what we've heard tonight from several councillors actually is really a travesty. And I think if we were simply to push this can down the road and not even vote to discuss it, there is going to be tremendous anger from the public who want a resolution to this. So I'm asking, gratefully, humbly, to the council, and I'll be grateful for your support, simply to discuss this. We've seen Councillor Keele refer there to say that this is a complicated issue, that it's complicated. Actually, it's not complicated. I've spoken to the town clerk directly, I've spoken to the town mayor, I've spoken to several town councillors. All of them would like to see this £50,000 delivered. And it raises the question, why is Councillor Keele saying that she does not even want this issue to be discussed? She's asked me why it's taken so long for this issue to be on the agenda. I submitted this motion 3 months ago. The meeting where this should have been discussed on December the 2nd was cancelled with her support. And now we've got to this point, 2 months later, and she's saying she doesn't even want this issue to be discussed. I think that we should all reflect on this situation, understand the strength of feeling in the community, and support simply discussion of the item where we can have a further debate and I can elaborate on some of the points that have been raised. Let's not shut this down. And Councillor Keele, I would appeal to you, if you really and truly are supportive of the skate park campaign, let's vote tonight to discuss it. And if you give that signal, I'm sure that your colleagues elsewhere in the council will also follow your guidance. So it's over to you, Councillor Keele. We can shut this down or we can have a debate and discussion. That's all I'm asking for. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you.
And can I please request a recorded vote? And I think I've got 3 people who are happy to agree to that.
Thank you, Councillor Duncan. I'm sure Norton Town Council would love £50,000, and I bet Helmsley and Kirby Moorside and Pickering and Malton would as well. However,
Chairman, we've got Councillor Keele wanting to speak.
Thank you. Could I just say, as my name has been mentioned repeatedly by Councillor Duncan, I do feel I need to have a right to reply. I just want to put on public record, there is nobody who wants this to happen more than myself, and Councillor Duncan knows that. But he would be the first person in this council chamber if another member brought a proposal on this basis to make a decision over £50,000 at a meeting without it going to Policy and Resources to complain about that. I am not trying to kick the can down the road. I just want this process to be done properly. And I think my fellow members of Norton Town Council will also understand that. So just to set the record straight. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Keel. Now we will go to the vote. Yeah. Okay.
Councillor Joy Andrews?
Against.
Councillor Paul Andrews?
Against.
Councillor Arnold? Councillor Bailey?
I guess it's 4 then.
Councillor Brackstone?
Against.
Councillor Burr?
Abstain.
Councillor Clark?
Against on the logic that this is going to policy and resources. Yeah.
Councillor Cleary?
4.
Councillor Cousins? Councillor Dockra?
4.
Councillor Duncan?
4.
Councillor Frank?
Against.
Councillor Garbett Moore?
4.
Councillor Goodrick?
Against.
Councillor Graham?
4.
Councillor Keel?
Against.
Councillor Potter?
Against.
Councillor Raper? Sorry, Councillor Ryby?
Against.
Councillor Thackeray?
Abstain.
Councillor Wass?
Against.
Thank you. Chair, that's 6 votes for, 12 against and 2 abstentions.
Can I just ask?
Sorry, that motion is lost.
Can I just make a request? It is going to policy and resources. Could it go, please, to the very next meeting of policy and resources, if at all possible?
I think that will depend on office time and various other things, Paul, but if it's possible, I'm sure it will. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, I was was going, if I might just add on Councillor Andrews' request. It's an earnest request that this matter be expedited by PNR. There's a lot of unpleasantness in the town, and I think this, hopefully, if it does come to debate, it might help to nip this in the bud. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
I don't want this to be a squabble between councillors at Norton, so...
Madam Chairman, I just wanted to simply
no
say that a motion was proposed to this council on
No
April.
more name calling.
I'm not going to mention anyone's name.
Excuse me. No more name calling in this council, thank you.
I haven't called anyone any names. Madam Chairman, have I called anyone any names this evening?
I think you have really tried to bring down Councillor Keel on this issue.
Councillor Keel has just voted to propose a major delay to funding for her community. I just want to say one very quick thing, which is we had a motion proposed in April 2021. It's only come back to Council this evening. We could potentially have here 3, 6, 9, 12, and potentially even more months of delay. I think this has been a very grave mistake, and I would ask the Chairman of PNR really to ensure that there is no further delay as a result of her decision not to even debate this issue this evening. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
I think Elizabeth wants to come in here.
No, I was just going to say the motion has and obviously final debate, but I was going to call the matter off. The motion has been lost, and I'm sure officers will do their best to see if it is possible for this matter to be brought to the 17th of March, excuse me, PNR meeting. So thank you.
Councillor Keel.
Can somebody inform Elizabeth that we can't hear her properly, please, so she can try and improve the microphone? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I was just going to say, as Chair of Policy and Resources, depending on capacity of officers, I will be certainly asking that this comes back to the Policy and Resources Committee as soon as possible, because I recognise the importance of the issue to the local community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Keel. As the procedural motion we have just dealt with has now been passed, this motion will stand automatically referred to the committee once moved and seconded. where it can be considered with an officer's report. Councillor Duncan, please move your motion.
I'm happy to move the motion that's been put forward. I would have loved for it to have been debated. It hasn't been.
Is that seconded? Councillor Dockra. So this motion now stands automatically referred to Policy and Resources Committee. Item 12 is any other business, and there is no urgent business, and that concludes the business of this part of the agenda. We will, so we now close this meeting of the 2nd of December, and we move on to the agenda for the 17th of February. So we start again now at 7 minutes to 8. So we start again now on the agenda for February 17th of February 2022. Agenda item 2, any apologies for absence?
Chair, the same apologies. We have Councillors Hope, King, Mackenzie, Mason, Middleton, Oxley, Rain and Windrush.
Thank you. Agenda item 3, public question time. The third item on the agenda is public question time, and there are no public questions. Agenda item 4, there are no items of urgent business. Agenda item 5 is declarations of interest. Turning to agenda item 5, declarations of interest. Do any members have any interest to declare under the Members' Code of Conduct? No. Agenda item 6 is announcements, and due to the urgency of the budget that we need to deal with tonight, I'm going to go through this agenda in this order. I'm going to take item agenda 8 to begin with, then item agenda 13, item agenda 9, 10 and 11, 12, 14, 15, 16 and back to item 7.
Madam Chairman.
Councillor Duncan.
Thank you. So just to get this right, you're putting every single item on the agenda ahead of the question which has been put to you as Chairman with regards to the 2nd of December meeting, which was postponed by you and that we've only managed to convene this evening. I think it's an important question. I think it will add a couple of minutes to the debate, and it sounds and looks and appears as if it's been deliberately pushed to the end of the agenda to avoid you having to answer the question.
I am not trying to avoid answering any questions. I hope we can get through this agenda and I'll answer those questions. I've typed it all out, what I need to say to each question. I'm really hoping to get to those questions, but the budget needs to be dealt with, and we're starting with item agenda 8. And we're going through the order I've said. And I really do hope we'll get to those questions. Turning now to item 8 on tonight's agenda relating to the revenue and capital budget and the setting of council tax for 2022 and 2023. All members should have this item. All members should have with them the council agenda and the budget papers. The following additional papers have been tabled. number 1, a complete set of information in the table at paragraph 4 on the agenda front. Councillor Burr.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to move an amendment to the budget. Is this the time that you'd like me to do it?
Yes, I think that's probably appropriate to do that before we...
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Sorry,
I'll carry on then.
Madam
Thank
Chairman,
you very much,
could I ask for a point of
have
order?
So I'd like
person at a time, please.
I'd like to
Councillor Burke.
propose.
Sorry, point of order, Madam Chairman. Point of order, Madam Chairman.
Am I okay to carry on, Madam
According
Chairman?
to standing orders, Madam
want,
Chairman, if someone raises a
Chairman?
point of order, it should be heard and dealt with. I'm raising a point of order.
Can I ask what your point of order is, Councillor Dunn?
The point of order is that the budget, as far as I'm aware, has not been proposed and seconded. We haven't taken any questions. We need to hear from the Chairman of Policy and Resources the proposals from the budget that have come from committee. We then take questions, we then move into debate, and then an amendment can be proposed. This is not the way that we deal with business in this council. This is not the way that the standing orders are laid out in the Constitution. That, Madam Chairman, is my point of order.
Could we have some clarification from the officers, because I am actually asking your opinion, and obviously if it's, I did ask, I was unsure.
We
So
don't
that-
want an opinion,
so-
we want to follow
so that
the
would be-
Excuse me,
Constitution, Madam
Councillor
Chairman.
Duncan, please don't interrupt in this.
Councillor
council. If
Duncan,
you wish
please
to
don't be
speak.
rude.
Thank you.
If we could have an officer just to clarify exactly what is required, then that's absolutely fine. Thank you.
Yeah. Elizabeth, could you qualify that? And we're having problems with your microphone. Is there...
I'm sorry, I tried to turn it up. The process just identified by Councillor Duncan in his point of order is the correct process in which to take. Could we follow that, please? Thank you.
Very much, and thank you for that information. So if I could just have it on record then, when it's appropriate, I'd like to move an amendment. Thank you very, very much indeed.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, could I put it on record as well? I'd like to move several amendments to the budget as well. Thank you, Madam Chairman. There may well be some other people who may want to also notify you at this random point in proceedings that they also have amendments to move. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Where was I up to? Where am I up to? Okay. So it's Annex C then. Council first needs to consider the recommendation of the Policy and Resources meeting held on the 3rd of February 2022, shown on page 7 of your agendas, and the report of the 151 officer, shown on page 19 of your agendas. Firstly, I'll ask the Chairman of Policy and Resources Committee to introduce the report and take questions. Members have already had the opportunity of asking questions at the Policy and Resources meeting on the 3rd of February 2022. When these have finished, I will ask Councillor Keele to move the motion dealing with minutes 98 of the Policy and Resources Committee meeting on the 3rd of February 2022, the recommendations in the 151 officers report and the budget recommendations at Roman numeral number 1 on the agenda front. Someone will then be asked to second that motion. Once the motion is seconded, Councillor Keele can make a speech. After Councillor Keele has spoken, I will take any amendments. So sorry, I've taken that at the wrong place. I'm sorry about that. I call on Councillor Keele now to present the report and answer any questions. Councillor Keele.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the report that members have in front of them sets out the budget for 2022-23, a proposed council tax level, the financial strategy, details of balances and reserves, and results of the public budget consultation and the pay policy for 2022-23. The report was amended following discussions and recommendations agreed at Policy and Resources Committee, and the recommendations from the committee are in front of you. Thank you.
Is that seconded? Councillor Andrews, Councillor Paul Andrews has seconded that. So, Councillor Keel, can you make a speech, please?
Thank you, Chair. The budget set out by our 151 officer in your papers with recommendations 1 to 6 for discussion and resolution this evening. First, I'd like to thank our 151 officer for the considerable amount of hard work and time it has taken pulling this budget together in what I would consider, and I'm sure he does too, and members should too, continued challenging circumstances, including the COVID pandemic and the unknown costs surrounding LGR. Some key points that I'd like to mention at this point, although this will be the last Ryedale District Council budget while we exist as a district council, our 151 officer has included projections to 2025. And this is to assist the new authority in aggregating all district council finances across North Yorkshire as a starting position for the new unitary authority. So the figures presented illustrate Ryedale District Council as a going concern and are not just looking at the next year's projections. The report also states that the proposed budget is realistic and robust as possible considering the current challenging circumstances we find ourselves in. There is detail in the report on reserves. Much has been said in council and publicly about Ryedale District Council's reserves, so our 151 officer has sought to clarify our position in section 10 of the financial strategy. I think probably that is all I want to say at the moment, but yes, I'm sure there will be lots of questions. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Burr, would you now like to put your amendment?
I certainly would.
Point of order, Madam Chairman. We now take questions, we then move into debate, and then at that point, if people speak, there are also proposed amendments at that stage. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
That's quite correct, Madam Chairman.
I thought she just made this. In what it says. I call upon Councillor Keel to present the report and answer any questions. I'll get back to
that. Councillor Graham would like to speak.
But I've just called on Councillor. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I've just got a question for the Chair of P&R. To ensure Section 10.5 of the Constitution is complied with, can the Chair of P&R please read the written answer promised by her and the Chief Executive in response to Councillor Duncan's question at Policy and Resources Committee about the pay statement? Thank you.
I don't have that written response in front of me, I'm afraid. I can only apologise at this point.
I suggest that the reason she can't is because one has not yet been provided. Can she therefore please answer now and explain why one senior officer post has seen a minimum, and I must stress minimum, salary increase of 4.66?
Councillor Graham. Can I please interrupt, Councillor Graham? Can I please interrupt? This is not a matter to be debated and personal payments made to senior officers in this forum. There are very many legal implications for doing, for doing this, and this is not the place for it to be done. If councillors have any requests for information that they require, then they can do that outside of the meeting. So I am advising the Chair and the Chief Executive that this matter is not to be debated further this evening. Thank you.
Point of order, Madam Chairman.
Can you tell us what point of order you're...
The point of order, Madam Chairman, is that if the monitoring officer and yourself and the Chief Executive look on page 67 of the paperwork which is public and in front of us this evening for discussion and for noting, you will see the salary bandings for senior officers as is required to be published by this authority by law. A question was asked at P&R for which a written response was promised by the Chairman and by the Chief Executive. The written response has not been provided, and now we are being told by the monitoring officer that we are not even able to ask a question. We are not referring, the Conservative group's question is not referring to any individual member, it is referring simply to posts. The posts for the salaries which are published in the remuneration of senior officers on page 67. I would therefore like to submit to you, Councillor Frank, that you allow Councillor Graham to ask her question, which is a legitimate question and can be asked and should be asked in this forum. Failure to do so, I feel, would appear and look as if people had something to hide. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
I don't think anyone has anything to hide, but we are taking...
On that basis then, Councillor Frank, Councillor Graham has asked a question and therefore Councillor Keele should answer.
People are speaking, Councillor Duncan. It's very rude and unnecessary. I won't have it in this council.
We are not debating this further this evening. Officers will give a written response, and I apologise that that has not been given in advance of this meeting, but this is not the forum in which to discuss this. And so therefore a written response will be given by the Chair and the Chief Executive to your question, but this matter will not be debated further this evening in this full council meeting.
Can I please ask why or what other items we are not able to discuss at full council that are in the full council paperwork? Can the monitoring officer please provide an answer as to what we are not also able to debate if it's in the public paperwork?
No, Councillor Duncan, I'm not prepared to do that. I have given my decision on the discussion on pay salaries for officers. You will get a written response to your question, but we are not debating it further this evening.
How can we note an item that we have not had an answer that's been promised? This does not look correct, Madam Chairman. This does not look good for Ryedale District Council.
Councillor Duncan, can we move on, please? This is not being debated further this evening. You will get a written response to your question.
Thank you. Has anyone any more questions for Councillor Keele? Councillor Duncan.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. After voting...
Sorry, Councillor Duncan. Councillor Keele, could you just switch your microphone off? It makes everything squeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. After voting to increase council tax by the maximum amount possible last year, Councillor Keele said, quote, "It's just pennies a week." Can you confirm if you stand by these words, or if you now agree that for many families in Ryedale, every penny counts, and therefore you regret your unnecessary decision to increase Ryedale council tax by the maximum amount possible? And I hope that the monitoring officer is happy for me to ask this question and will allow for it to be asked.
Thank you, Councillor Duncan, for your question. A lot has happened in the last year. The world is a different place. I don't really want to revisit a debate that happened a year ago in this council chamber. I'd like to discuss the budget for this evening. I think this is another attempt by yourself as a personal attack on me. I'd like to move on and discuss tonight's budget, not what happened last year. Thank you.
Supplementary question, Madam Chairman. Do you seriously believe, Councillor Keele, that the electorate will see your U-turn as anything other than an insincere and cheap ploy to cover your tracks ahead of the elections? Will you now say sorry on record to Ryedale's families for adding to their burden and voting last year to increase bills?
Chairman, please can I just interrupt? I think it's really
My
out
question,
of order.
Madam Chairman, was to the Chairman
really,
of Policy and Resources.
It's really out of order when we're trying to have a debate, and it is so toxic and so nasty and so divisive. And obviously, if Councillor Duncan wants to ask a question, that's absolutely fine. But it's actually just the way that it's actually phrased and directed. There's no need for that. There's nothing nice about that at all. We're all trying to work together and do our best, but there's no need for that personal attack.
My question's been asked and I would like an answer from the Chair of Policy and Resources. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
My answer is pretty much the same, Councillor Duncan. I'm here this evening to discuss the agenda we have in front of us, not what happened a year ago. And I'm hoping that other members of this council will feel the same. We are here to look at our budget for the next year, not what happened last year. Thank you.
Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just ask all councillors to just have a little politeness, please, and abide by the normal procedure of raising their hand, waiting for the Chair to invite them to speak, and then doing so, not constantly interrupting. We've got a large agenda to get through this evening, and I'd rather not listen to certain members constantly interrupting. It's extremely rude. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Has anyone any more questions for Councillor Keele? Any questions? No? Councillor Duncan.
I would like to speak, Madam Chairman, on the substantive motion.
Sorry about that. Just a glitch in the procedure. There's a bit in that here that we don't need to go through. Councillor Burr.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you very much for chairing your way through those questions, which was quite difficult. I believe that this is the correct time to put an amendment forward.
Councillor Burrs, sorry, I just need to go through another piece first and then get to amendments. We're both a bit confused, I think, about this. Yeah, anyway, I'll go through this and then we'll get to the amendments. So I would remind members to supply me with amendments carefully and clearly to assist members, the 151 officer and the clerk. Where possible, amendments should be emailed to the monitoring officer, the 151 officer or democratic services. Motions must be seconded and should indicate which words are to be added or deleted from the motion. Can I also remind members that if you want to propose an increase or decrease in any expenditure, you will need to identify the implications of that change on the remainder of the budget. Budget amendments need to be self-balancing. For example, generally speaking, increases in expenditure or reductions in the council's income need to be funded in one of the following three ways: out of council's reserves, veerment from one budget heading to another, or increase the precept. Furthermore, where any savings in expenditure have been identified, the member will need to state what those savings will be spent on or reducing council tax. Only one amendment can be dealt with at a time, with a vote being taken on each amendment before debate on another can begin. Referring to item 11E, I'll move to, it's a bit confusing, is this? I move that, yeah, so I'm moving now to the Chair of Policy and Resources, Di. You know where we're up to, dear, because it's all a bit confusing.
I presume you'd like me to propose the recommendations?
Move the minute number 98.
Yes, yeah, to move the recommendations.
Thank you. Thank you.
I assume I need a seconder for that. You got a second? Yeah.
Sorry, Councillor Bear, was that seconded? Do we have a seconder?
Sorry, Councillor Keele, I didn't hear what you said.
I would assume it needs a seconder.
Chair, just to enable the debate to proceed, I will second it. I may be voting in any way afterwards, but this is I'm just seconding it to enable the debate to proceed.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews. Does anyone wish to speak against the motion or propose an amendment? Lindsay.
Thank you, Chairman, and we really do appreciate you going through all the legalities that we have to do as a council by law. So thank you very much for taking the time to actually spell those out to us. Obviously, you know, it's really important that you do that, and I thank you. So yes, I would like to propose an amendment. And my amendment would be to propose in the last year of this council, we implement a council tax freeze.
Is that seconded?
Yes.
I will second that, Mr. Chair.
Point of order, Madam Chairman.
What's your point of order, Councillor?
In accordance with the Constitution, an amendment has to state words that are going to be added, deleted or replaced, and I haven't heard from Councillor Burr those words in the amendment that's been put forward.
Pardon? Actually, that was actually within my speech, but I can actually quite happily do it now. So if we agree to have a council tax freeze, this will probably cost in around...
Sorry, point of order, Madam Chairman. The amendment has to be proposed and seconded before it is discussed and debated.
It's been proposed and seconded.
The point of order I'm saying is the amendment is not in the form of an amendment. It's not being stated by Councillor Burr what words are to be added, deleted or replaced. Therefore, can I ask respectfully, Madam Chairman, that the amendment is put in the format of an amendment before it is discussed and debated. Thank you.
Councillor Burr, would you like to start again and read your amendment as you...
To propose in the last year of this council, we implement a council tax freeze, 108,000 to be taken from the 5.4 million reserves.
Point of order, Madam Chairman. That is not in the format of an amendment. I don't know if I'm hitting my head against a brick wall here. That is not an amendment.
Mr. Chair,
Oh.
can we stop all this? Can we stop all this nonsense? We have officers here. We have officers here who are skilled in drafting, and I'm sure they can find a way. They can advise Lindsay where and in what form and precisely what words she can use in the correct legalese form, so that even a lawyer can understand it. And so perhaps the officers could assist Councillor Burr.
This has been discussed with the 151 officer.
Thank you.
I believe it's in order.
Thank you. I would agree. I think that it is very clear to the council that the wording that is continually being repeated is that there is to be a council freeze. I think that councillors can accept that that is what the amendment is going to be. I am happy as monitoring officer to take the wording as the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that legal...
Councillor Ryby, could you just switch your microphone off because it makes everything whistle. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the legal advice and that I have followed the correct procedure. So would you like me to move to my speech? So obviously we are facing many, many challenges which are really unprecedented for many years. Over the recent weeks, the cost of living crisis has been brought shockingly into focus. The evidence coming from all angles is far too overwhelming for us to ignore. There has never been a more justifiable time to freeze the council tax and to listen to residents' concerns and worries. Average families are now having to use the food banks to top up their food shortages. People are suffering and it will only get worse. People are choosing eating versus heating. Food bills, fuel bills are soaring, and the imminent energy rise is really, really worrying. The worst thing that is coming to hit us is the new rise in national insurance, which comes into force in April. And this tax could and should be stopped. The perfect storm is gathering, and if the council tax is increased this year, we as councillors will not be helping the residents. This will cost us £108,000. Funded from the 5.4 million reserves that will be going over to the new council. I have discussed this with the Section 151 officer. Inflation is running at the highest since it has been since 1992 for 30 years. So in fact, people's wages and ability to spend is decreasing. The cost of living is slipping into a crisis. Being in work just isn't enough, and it isn't paying. It's sad to think in 2022 that we still need food banks. So this year it's particularly necessary to freeze the council tax. We need to give our residents a break, and we need to listen to their concerns. Yesterday, the Conservative Council put their council tax up, and I said the exact same thing. Unfortunately, it fell on deaf ears, and I'm hoping that tonight that maybe we can help out in Ryedale. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak to this amendment? Councillor Duncan.
Just before I speak, Madam Chair, is a genuine question on this, just for clarity, which is Councillor Burr has put forward an amendment which I presume is to add words to what is on page 7, but we still have Roman numeral 3, which states to approve a council tax charge of £210.53 for a Band D property. I'm just asking a legitimate question of you, I suppose, and the monitoring officer, which is how does the addition that's been put forward for a freeze sit alongside in the same recommendation as approving the council tax charge of £210.53, which is equivalent to, roughly, the £5? Because if we do vote for this and it's accepted, presumably it's just added those words in there. So I would just like some clarity, which is what I was trying to seek before, Madam Chairman, for everyone's benefit. Thank you.
Yeah. Are you there, Elizabeth? Sorry, are you there, Elizabeth? To clarify that.
So in terms, it would be adding the words in. So where we have the two different figures, because we all are clear what it is that it means, it would be that the council tax would be frozen, and then it wouldn't then have the addition that is in the documentation. So it would be for a freeze from what it is at the present time. So I do accept Councillor Duncan's comments that he made, but I think we had to move this matter on. So I think we could say that it's the addition of the words. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Chairman.
Anton, did you want to add to that?
Yes, I think probably what we're looking for is in the section where it gives the figure of £210.53, then that would become £205.63, so a reduction by £4.90. So that's showing the financial effect on the Band D of a council tax freeze. So were it to be approved, then that figure would be substituted by the lower figure.
Thank you, Anton. Does anyone else wish to speak to this amendment? Councillor Goodrick.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm very happy to support the amendment proposed by Councillor Burr. Councillor Burr is quite correct. North Yorkshire County Council did vote yesterday to increase council tax, and I reluctantly supported this, as we have exceptional pressures on the North Yorkshire budgets with health and adult social care, children and young people services, and particularly our special educational needs children, home to school transport. All vital services for our residents, particularly our significantly elderly population and some of our most vulnerable society. So whilst I supported it at county level yesterday, for those reasons, I'm happy to support Councillor Burr this evening. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Goodrick. Councillor Keele.
Thank you, Chair. It's my belief that in this final year of Ryedale's existence as a council, and in the face of the substantial financial pressures that are being placed on our residents by the current economic climate, it's always been referred to the spiralling power costs, that the bills are starting to come soon, and they are going to really bite, because we are talking about large increases in cost. Last year, the premature, I believe, a reduction in universal credit at what was allegedly the end of the pandemic, and then the forthcoming hike in national insurance that the Tory government is proposing later this year, which I agree should be resisted. I believe that this council should be doing everything it can to support our residents through what is a very difficult time and not add to their financial burden. The District Council has done an absolutely amazing job over the last couple of years supporting our communities and our most vulnerable people throughout the years of the pandemic, and by freezing council tax in this our final year as Ryedale District Council, we'll be giving them a little more help to the hard-pressed families that are struggling in this community through continued difficult times. As members will be aware, I've been involved in setting up a new food bank recently, and what Councillor Burr said is absolutely true. Since Christmas, the numbers of parcels that we are putting together at the interim food bank, soon to become a permanent food bank, has increased, and we predict through our conversations with other voluntary organisations and partners that that will continue to be the case. And that's a sad reflection of society as we know it at the moment. And I think this council needs to do everything it can to help support our local residents by freezing council tax. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Duncan.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Both Councillor Blair and Councillor Keeler pointed out the burden which families are facing in this year, 2022. I am not sure that the burden they're facing this year necessarily is any greater than the burden they were facing last year, certainly for many people who were suffering as a result of the COVID pandemic. The Conservative group proposed at that stage a freeze. It was rejected and voted down by the independent group, the Liberal group, the Lib Dem group as well. And I can't understand why last year both Councillor Keeler and Councillor Burr were very happy to propose the maximum increase, but this year are saying that we must have a freeze. I can't understand why both Councillor Burr and Councillor Keeler said last year this is only equating to a couple of pennies extra a week, and now they are saying that a freeze would make a massive and crucial difference to people's lives and the troubles that they are facing. The Conservative group has been consistent this year, last year, and the year before that we wanted to freeze council tax for the simple reason that we had significant reserves, £15 million at that stage. The fact that we had local government reorganisation, which presented the likelihood that Ryedale District Council would cease to exist, and also because we said last year that as a result of the COVID pandemic, families were struggling and every penny makes a difference. Both Councillor Burr and Councillor Keele voted just last Thursday for an increase in council tax. The Gazette and Herald came out on Wednesday where they stated that they were proposing a freeze, and they're here tonight saying that that is what they are proposing. It doesn't seem to me to make very much sense that they proposed only a couple of days ago an increase, and now they are proposing a freeze, and it doesn't make much sense that last year they voted to put it up, and this year they're voting for a freeze. The £5 increase that they supported last year is still on the bill. It's still being charged. Therefore, while we would prefer a freeze to an increase, we would like to see an actual reduction in the council tax burden to ensure that the added extra burden that was put on them by Councillor Burr and Councillor Keele last year can be corrected. So I would like to put you on notice, Madam Chairman, that I would like to move an amendment depending on the outcome of this amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Paul Andrews.
Yes, Chair. Last year I was one of those who voted in favour of an increase. This was before we had the decision on the local government reorganisation. So therefore, at that stage, there was still a possibility that this council could continue. We have seen how some authorities have gone from freeze to freeze to freeze, and they suddenly found that they're in financial difficulties because the ratchet rule takes effect, and because you can only have so many percentage increase above your last freeze. And that was obviously to the disadvantage of the council, because that meant that the council couldn't increase council tax in line with inflation, which is what this is all about. However, circumstances have changed now, and the circumstances which have changed are that we've got local government reorganisation. This is the last budget of this council. The council will wind up in a year's time. And when it does wind up, it will have something like £5 million of reserves, which, if they're not spent in some other way, will be passed on to the successor authority. The successor authority made their case when they applied for reorganisation, the Conservative-controlled successor authority, which there would be no reorganisation if the Conservative-controlled successor authority had not in the first place asked for it. But the successor authority will have said that as a result of the reorganisation, costs will magically go down, and the people of this district will actually save money, because but they will be able to operate on economies of scale, which will, of course, mean that the council tax rises will be very much less in the future. Well, Chairman, I welcome that. And as the Conservative-controlled county council decided in their wisdom that they would go about this process and decided that it was going to be so much better for all the rest of us and so much cheaper for the rest of us, therefore, I've come to the conclusion that there is no need to make an increase in the council tax, and that is why I've made that decision on this occasion. It's got nothing to do with what happened last year. Councillor Duncan will be aware that on previous occasions, when there have been requests for council freezes, I've always voted in favour of keeping up with inflation, even when the vote has gone against me. I would also remind him that for 7 years, this council didn't put up its council tax, and the result was absolute financial chaos and the terrible, easy reorganisation, which resulted in this...
3 minutes, Councillor Andrews.
Which resulted in this council losing, I'm not sure if it was 60 or 80 members of staff. And the Conservative Party should be ashamed of themselves to even make such criticism.
Councillor Andrews. 3 minutes is up. Thank you. Councillor Joy Andrews.
Thank you. I won't be supporting this amendment. I believe that the council tax should go up as agreed at P&R. It isn't popular, and I'm fully expecting my name to be banded in the paper again, as it was last year when we came to that decision. And I will say the same thing that I said to the people who contacted me, quite irate that I'd voted for this. Thank you to the one-sided article in the local paper. I do believe that we should increase the council tax in order to provide the services to the people of Ryedale. I think last year, when other members were saying, well, we've got 16 million in the bank, this year it isn't going to be so. We are actually trying to provide things that we committed to what seems like years ago, that were kicked down the road and not faced up to, and we're trying to get everything in last minute now, so our bank account doesn't look as good as it should. And then there's also, I am mindful that there is things in the pipeline, something coming to P&R, hopefully at the next meeting, which is going to provide, hopefully, a skate park or a half pipe for the people of Norton, and that has to be, that isn't been budgeted for. So I do think that it would be remiss of me to start saying, oh, well, this is going to be popular, I'll support it, when I do believe that we should stick to the recommendations that we've got from P&R, and that for a bandy that it's 9p a week goes on, so we can carry on providing the services we do to the people of Ryedale. After all, our costs are going up as well. Yes, that's all I would like to say on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Andrews. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Well, I have to say that I agree with a huge amount that's been said by people tonight. Everything about people who are struggling now and will be struggling a great deal more in the coming year. thanks to the rising costs pretty much everywhere. Unfortunately, most of this, some you can blame on world events, an awful lot is coming from national policy, national Conservative government. Energy costs, thanks to energy policies going back, let's say, 10 years or so, are going to add hundreds of pounds to everybody's bills every year. Inflation will add hundreds of pounds per annum. Tax increases will increase hundreds of pounds per annum. North Yorkshire County Council's council tax rise will add about £56 per annum. Ryedale's will add just short of £5 per annum. It won't be paid by the most needy because they don't have to pay it. It's not exactly a huge amount. I've heard somebody mention the maximum increase on numerous occasions tonight already. Can I point out that that is somewhere between 4 and 5% below the rate of inflation? So we are losing ground as a council significantly. Everybody's well aware that every tax freeze, we lose that base every year. As Councillor Andrews pointed out, if it goes on for several years, you lose a significant amount. Now, there are several business people among us tonight, people who run their own businesses. So for the sake of argument, let's say you own a company, perhaps you're on the board of directors, perhaps you're the chairman, and you find that your company income has been slashed for the last 10 years, your costs are constantly rising, you're trying to supply essential goods and services to the most vulnerable in the community. Can you actually afford to not put your prices up? Because surely you're just cutting your own ability to provide those essential goods and services. And particularly when you can't even raise your costs by the rate of inflation. So to go back to Councillor Ives, as he used to say when he used to speak at every meeting about sound fiscal management.
I've had you 3 minutes, Councillor.
Thank you. Unfortunately, freezing the council tax is not sound fiscal management. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak? In which case, Elizabeth. Are you there, Elizabeth?
Yes, Chair.
Do I need to go back to the proposer, or do we go straight to the vote?
You go back to the proposer, and then we go to the vote. And what you're voting on is the amended motion. And then if that's carried or not carried, then we can go on to other amendments, but we have to do them one at a time. So yes, you go back to the proposer.
Thank you. So back to you,
Yes.
Councillor Burr.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. So it has been acknowledged tonight in the debate that we are facing current spiralling costs. Now, some councillors tonight want to obviously score political points, but really I do feel that politics needs to be put aside. Last year was a very, very different year, and every decision that councillors make has to be based on facts and what is happening. It is actually going to be horrendous for people, and costs are going to get out of hand. I think that probably the two things that are making me worry the most about this is the energy cost rise and the link to the government's new national insurance rise, which is going to come into force in April, which will hit businesses and hit residents who work. I think this is a very, very different year to times gone by. and I didn't support the 3.99% council tax rise, which was voted for yesterday. And I'm just hoping that we tonight can say to residents that we are going to have a council tax freeze. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we go to the vote on this amendment.
Councillor Joy Andrews.
Against.
Councillor Paul Andrews.
For.
Councillor Arnold. Councillor Bailey.
For.
Councillor Brackstone.
Against.
Councillor Burr.
For.
Councillor Clark.
Against.
Councillor Cleary.
For.
Councillor Cousins. Sorry, for. Thank you. Councillor Dockra.
For.
Councillor Duncan.
For.
Councillor Frank.
Against.
Councillor Garbett-Moore.
For.
Councillor Goodrick.
For.
Councillor Graham.
For.
Councillor Keele.
For.
Councillor Potter.
Against.
Councillor Ryby.
For.
Councillor Thackeray.
For.
Councillor Wass.
Against.
Thank you. Chair, that's 13 votes for and 7 against.
Sorry, how many did you say against?
Chair, that's 13 votes for and 7 against.
7, yeah, thank you. So that amendment is passed.
So, Chair, that amendment has now become the substantive motion, of which any other motion now is then considered against. So I think Councillor Duncan had an amendment he now wishes to make on the substantive motion that is now the freeze.
Thank you, Elizabeth. So, Councillor Duncan, would you like to put your amendment?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. Just on the basis from what Anton said, I assume now, Anton, that the Roman numeral 3 reads to approve a council tax charge of £205.63. Is that right? So I would like to move an amendment which is to delete £205.63 and replace with £195.82. And I believe I have got a seconder.
Is that seconded? Councillor Docker has seconded. So would you like to speak to your amendment,
Thank you,
Councillor
Madam
Duncan?
Chairman. As I've already mentioned a couple of times this evening, Councillor Keele and Councillor Burr voted to increase council tax by the maximum amount possible last year. They did so as part of a political deal that they cooked up with other political groups. If they voted to increase the council tax, they would be given funding
Councillor
for
Duncan,
key
I'm sorry,
projects.
but really,
They
attacking Councillor Keele and Councillor Burr
They have the opportunity to
in
reply.
this forum
They have the opportunity
really
to reply.
is not necessary. I'm saying it isn't necessary. Could you please speak
Thank
to
you,
your
Madam Chairman.
amendment without being personal to other
Thank you.
councillors?
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
It's not polite and it's just not acceptable.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. They voted for that increase and thought that they could get away with it without the public realising, and were left furious that they did. Last year, they justified their increase by saying it was just pennies a week. This year, they have announced in a remarkable U-turn that they claim is in no way associated with the upcoming elections. They want to freeze bills to help struggling families. In my opinion, this is extremely hypocritical, and I believe that
This is a personal attack, actually.
Hang on. I'll only have one person speaking at a time. Councillor Duncan, I've asked you not to make a personal attack. And
I'm not making personal attacks.
You are
I am
personally
not making
attacking other
personal
councillors
attacks.
in this council. It's not acceptable.
Thank you, Madam
Now,
Chairman.
please speak to your amendment without
I am
without
attempting to speak to
attacking.
it just because some members don't like what
interrupt when
I'm
I'm
saying.
speaking, Councillor Duncan. I've told you about that twice tonight. Now, put your amendment without personally attacking other councillors. It's not acceptable.
Madam Chairman, I'm trying to continue. The Conservatives will be consistent. We have voted always to keep bills down and will continue to do so. In 2020 and 2021, we called for a freeze, but other parties outvoted us. This year, we are not calling for a freeze, but a reduction, making Ryedale one of the only councils in the country to cut bills this year. We want to give back to the average family in Ryedale the £10 that was unnecessarily added to bills last year and the year before. If those councillors who tonight have called for a freeze are truly sincere about helping out families, they will support it. This is a chance for them to right the wrong of last year and the year before by giving a reduction on bills, not just a freeze. And if they are serious about helping out families, then we will have our council tax band D the same rate as it would have been back in 2020. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
I think at this stage we need to ask the 151 officer what this will, how this will affect your budget and your figures in your budget. I think I need to ask Anton to give us some steer on that. Thank you.
Yes, I can do. Any motion has to set out, or should explain the impact on the finances, and this would, in addition to the motion that has just been made into the substantive motion, this would, if you like, increase the gap that we have in the budget by, doing some mental arithmetic now, £219,000. Overall, if we were moving from what's in the budget paper back to the level that Councillor Duncan's just outlined, £195, that would cost approximately 327. So given that we've already done approximately 108, that's where you get the 219 from. Hope that makes sense. That would add to the gap. The gap is being funded from reserves.
Thank you, Anton. Would anyone like to speak to this amendment? Councillor Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. We have been saying, in comparison to the county council's increase of 50-something pounds, we're talking about £5 in increments. So it isn't a lot in one sense. In another sense, it is significant. And if we can, we should. This is probably the last budget that this council will set in its current form. And then what happens next will be little to do with this. And so the analogy was made by my colleague behind, as a businessman, I'm looking at my revenue going down and you should be trying to increase your revenue. But as a businessman, my business is folding in a short time, and what happens next will be nothing to do with my balance sheet. So if we do have significant sums that we're able to help our people in a very hard time and a squeeze on the poorest for a number of reasons, then we should do that. And I think we are able to do that. I think that this is a proportionate measure which will help people, and I think this council is in a position to be able to do that. It will not be the same in the future, I'm sure, but as we can, I think we should.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. Sorry. Does anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Ryedale.
Thank you, Chair. We seem to have got into kind of a Dutch auction, I think, and who can be seen to come out cleanest and shining bright in the public's eye. So I might well take the same sort of attitude and say, if this amendment is approved, I want to make another amendment, which would say, let's make local taxes zero and really make a difference. We piffle on about tuppence halfpenny here and tuppence halfpenny there. It doesn't really make any difference, but it does, depending on which side the fence is. But are we in a Dutch auction as to popularity stakes? It seems to me we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ryby. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Isn't this interesting? So, the wonderful party of low taxation. And Councillor Duncan wants to give back to the residents. Yeah, he sounds like he wants to give back a tiny refund, and I mean a tiny refund, on what his government's giving away with their 10% increase in national insurance. That was going to cost hundreds of pounds per annum. The business is folding, is it? I didn't think it was folding. I thought it's not gone bankrupt. I thought it was just being taken over by some sort of mercenary big business somewhere else in the country. We've still got to supply essential goods and services, irrespective of who takes it over. But it's interesting that this sort of sudden flush of generosity that we want to give away, is this to actually provide for those vulnerable people, or is it just to keep them happy? You know, make some good friends with the people who support you. No, this is just ridiculous. I'm afraid we won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Councillor Burr.
Yeah, I would just like to say something really. I'm quite disgusted really tonight by the vile personal attacks. I've been a councillor for over 20 years and I've never ever been sort of quite insulted like that. Everybody's got a point to make and I quite understand that. But the way the political venom is being spewed out of this building tonight, it's just beyond me. Hey, I'm prepared for the rough and tumble of politics, but the abuse and the bullying that is going on is quite remarkable. If this was somewhere in a workplace, I tell you what, it just wouldn't be tolerated. But maybe it's because I'm a woman. Maybe a man can speak to me like that. But why should any woman want to enter politics when this is the type of abuse that they get? I was laughed and scoffed at yesterday at County Council, so I suppose I'm getting used to it because I didn't agree with the council tax. And I welcome the day when politics is taken out of local government once and for all, and we can all work together, maybe just a little bit, for the benefit of the people and not for who wants to be in power.
That sounds like a lovely dream, Councillor Burr. Does anyone else wish to speak? No? In that case, we go back to Councillor Duncan to make his speech.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just to respond to some of the points that have been raised, I think it's important to point out that in the proposal that's been put forward, we are not proposing any additional expenditure than would have happened if the freeze which the Conservative group had proposed in 2020 and in 2021 had been approved. And obviously with the freeze that's been put forward by Councillor Burr and Councillor Keele, in effect, there is no further cost to the budget than would have been the case if in previous years the council had supported the freezes which we had put forward. So it is not, as Councillor Riley has said, sort of a race to the bottom. It is simply saying that if our proposals had been supported in previous years, then we would be at this point today with the proposal that we've put forward. I think there are some people on this council who do not like the fact, and I'm not going to name any names from this point forward, but I think there are people on this council who do not like the fact that when they have changed their minds in what I believe to be an extremely blatantly political move, they don't like the fact that that's been pointed out. I'm prepared to do that, to stand up for the residents which I represent and which the Conservative group represents. We have been consistent every year with our approach, which is unless an increase in council tax is necessary, then we would not put one forward. And in the past 3 years, we do not believe that a freeze has been necessary, and therefore we have always opted to keep bills as low as we possibly can. We've put this forward tonight in good faith, which is to say, as I said at the start, if we're serious about helping people out, then we should put this forward. And actually, it's not just a freeze, it's an actual real-time reduction. I hope that this can be supported, and actually there is an opportunity for us to send a really strong message to the families of Ryedale that we are on their side and we're here to support them. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Duncan. I think this amendment's been...
Yeah, Chair, I am a little bit concerned about this. I mean, if Councillor Duncan was simply to say, let's drop the council tax by 20 quid, I would and made a case on the basis of what exists today, then I might be more inclined to listen to him. But what he's doing is, it's not saying that. What he's saying is, well, really, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a proposal which will put the tax back to when we were in power. And that, to my mind, is a political move. It's not necessarily thinking about what's the best for the council. It's electioneering. Yeah, I mean, to my mind, it takes away the whole validity of his argument. If his argument was simply, they said, let's drop the tax by £20 and forget what's gone before, fine. But it's not. It's a political move. It's a political attack. And I think the way he's presented his case and the way he's proposed it is actually a put-off. It doesn't encourage us to vote for him.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews. Do you want to come back on that, Councillor Duncan?
It was just to say that on the 210, which was in the agenda paper, which had been supported at P&R, it's down to 195.82, so it's 15 quid, not 20. And I just wanted to say that we've been consistent throughout. I've made this point before. We are not proposing anything other than what we've proposed in previous years, and it's simply saying that a freeze is not enough. We should do what we should be serious. If we're saying we want to help people out, we should be serious about that, and we should therefore support the proposal for the reduction to the level of 2020. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. We'll now go to the vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Joy Andrews.
Against.
Councillor Paul Andrews.
Abstain.
Councillor Arnold. Councillor Bailey.
For.
Councillor Brackstone.
Against.
Councillor Burr.
For.
Councillor Clark.
Against.
Councillor Cleary.
For.
Councillor Cousins. Councillor Dockra.
For.
Councillor Duncan.
For.
Councillor Frank.
Against.
Councillor Garbutt-Moore.
For.
Councillor Goodrick.
For.
Councillor Graham.
For.
Councillor Keele.
For.
Councillor Potter.
Against.
Councillor Ryby.
Against.
Councillor Wass.
Against.
Thank you. Chair, that's 9 votes for, 9 against and 1 abstention.
Thank you. That leaves my casting vote, and I've voted against this, so I am going to keep that. So that amendment's lost. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just add now, as Councillor Duncan's amended motion has been lost, we now have to do a final vote on the substantive motion that remains, which is the motion to freeze council tax. So we have to have a vote on that because that is now the substantive motion. Thank you.
Councillor Duncan.
Just a query for the monitoring officer, and I don't know if I've just slightly misunderstood, but usually what would happen from this point forward is there would be further debate. Obviously, the amendment that Councillor Burr put forward is now the substantive motion, so that is what we would debate. And my understanding is that we would have that discussion. There may well be further amendments which might come forward from other groups, my group or where have you. And once we've finished the debate and discussion and all amendments are dealt with, the substantive motion that's been amended by Councillor Burr is what we would vote upon. I just wanted to check there's not a suggestion we have to now immediately vote, because that would not be the procedure that we've followed.
No, if there is any debate, then councillors are free to go to the debate before we actually vote on the substantive motion that is to freeze. So if there is any further debate, then yes, that should continue now. Other than that, we'll go straight to the vote on the substantive motion.
So, do you wish to debate? Does anyone wish to debate the substantive motion as amended? Councillor Dockerer.
Sorry, yeah, I've got an amendment. I'd like to replace the words Milton Rooms, additional capital bid, with projects in Ryedale communities. Rural communities. Sorry, rural communities. I've got the wrong glasses on.
Can we have a page reference, please,
Sorry,
Chair?
can you just clarify where that is in the recommendation?
It's in the capital programme.
Anton.
Yeah, I think it's probably mentioned 2 or 3 times in the main text, where it's identified as a new addition to, well, an addition to the capital programme, but it'll also be in Appendix 6, which is the capital programme as well. So I assume it's all instances of those words to be replaced. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Bailey.
I'll second that.
So I was just going to ask for that, Councillor Arnold. Could you read your amendment again, please, Councillor Dockerer?
Sorry, yeah. It's to replace Milton Rooms, additional capital bid, with projects in Ryedale's rural communities.
Would anyone like to speak?
Chair, just a bit, can we have, before the debate starts, can we have some clarification as to what this additional money for the Milton Rooms, what the additional bid for the money for the Milton Rooms is for? Get from the officers. What is it? You know, in other words, what is it? I think I'd want to know what is it that we're taking away from them, and what is it that we're proposing to give other people? And if a bid has been made, I'd like to know precisely what the bid is. What the bid is for.
Thank you. Anton, would you like to answer that? Thank you.
Happy to, but Councillor Keel's also raised a hand. I don't know.
Sorry, Councillor Keel.
No, it's okay. Thank you, Anton. And my understanding is that it's a proposal, another proposal from the Milton Rooms that is coming to a future meeting of the Policy and Resources Committee. But we don't know the detail of that as yet. That's right, isn't it, Anton?
It is, yes. Yeah. I've found the reference. If on the pack, it's page 44, and it's in the financial strategy, in the capital programme, paragraph 8.7, and it says, provision for an additional bid from the Milton Rooms Committee, which is expected to come to Policy and Resources Committee in March 2022. So when we discussed this at P&R a couple of weeks ago, we noted that this was being put in the budget pending that further bid, business case, whatever, and it was dependent on that. So if that additional bid was not approved, when it comes through at the right time, this would then come out of the budget.
Councillor Dockerer, did you want to add to your amendment?
Yes, I did. I just wanted to say that the whole time I've been... sorry, your mic's on. Your mic's... Yeah. The whole time I've been a councillor, I've thought, and Councillor Ryby's backed it up tonight, that it has been, the funding has always been very Malton and Norton-centric, and obviously, and to Pickering as well. And the rural communities seem to get nothing. Everything seems to go there. And I would like to see, as this council winds down, that actually there is some serious investment in some of the rural communities. Norton have recently got a fully disabled access a playground. We have nothing like that in any of the rural communities. I doubt there's any rural councillor here tonight can tell me, other than community grants, what funding they've had. And I think the Milton Rooms, you know, it's looking great. It's obviously not that warm tonight. It's doing well. And I think actually it's just time that some of the money from this council was spread out to help the rural communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Arnold.
Thank you, Chair. We have things like this in Helmsley. We have an arts centre in Helmsley, but they look after themselves. They get some money from Ryedale, but not a lot. Helmsley Town Council have some wonderful play areas, all funded by themselves. Nothing, no help from Ryedale, apart from a little bit of help from County Councillor Vallard. Thank you.
Councillor Paul Andrews.
Chair, I do understand exactly what Councillor Dockerer is saying, and I really do agree that money should be made available to the rural communities. But I don't think this is a case of either or, either the Milton Rooms or the rural communities. It should be a case of both and. There should be no need to take money out of money or an allocation away from the Milton Rooms when in fact there's going to be £5 million left there in the end anyway. If Councillor Dockerer is suggesting we take money away from the Milton Rooms, then of course I'm a local councillor. I'm going to vote against her. But if she was to say, just add £160,000, which is what this thing is, into a new fund to be set up for the rural communities, and make it and tie up that fund in such a way that it will, that if it's not spent, it will be available after reorganisation. Then I really would support her. And to the whole council, I would say that one of the things that I found in this council, which is really difficult to deal with, is the parochialisation. Everybody comes here and they think of their own community only and putting their own community first. Well, of course they should put their own community first. But the council is wider than their own communities. Let's stop being jealous and totally parochial. Let's think about the big picture. We've got £5 million there. We've got a big fund. Why take? There is room in that fund to accommodate an extra fund. So we've got the reserves, large sum of money. There's room in that to accommodate both the Milton Rooms and what Councillor Dockerer is talking about. So, of course I'm going to oppose her motion. But if she was to amend it and to say just put the extra money there, of course I would support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I really welcome, I've enjoyed this evening in different stages, and to see Councillor Dockerer and myself sort of being able to lean over at what I might think is a barbed wire fence that pricks you in with the intervening barrier is great to see. Yeah, I really echo what she says, and it's what I was been muttering about for some time. And yeah, despite Councillor Andrews to my right saying we shouldn't be parochial. However, I have supported the Milton rooms, and I argue that if we had a 999 lease, it was as good as ours, so it should be maintained. But the fact remains, most of the money that's been ring-fenced in the last 2 years is for urban areas rather than rural areas. And I feel kind of strongly that my project not my project, the project I was supporting of Paths for All was sidetracked. And I feel a bit of a fool for allowing it to be sidetracked in the way it was, but it was. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ivey. Councillor Bailey. I've got you, Councillor Duncan.
I can speak now as secondary if you like. As was said earlier, a big part of our reserves is about money that came in lieu of development that we had for the new homes bonus, asked the Housing Authority. Later, the County Council got its share of the new homes bonus too, and has done whatever it's done with it. But at this time, that infrastructure that we've taken, mostly in the towns, but also in villages, has not really had the benefit of the new homes bonus which was paid in lieu of taking that development. So ask the Housing Authority now. I think now is the right time that we should go to the villages in particular, and this isn't parochial, it's just the villages across Ryedale. We could go to those villages and give them the opportunity to have or to bid for some infrastructure which they need. I know people in my ward were talking to me just the other night about congestion and wanting a bit of land to have an overflow car park and put an electric charging point in it. That's the sort of thing in Ampleforth Village has taken quite a lot of development itself and has not seen any benefit from the new homes bonus. Section 106 money, yes, but that's still a part of our capital, and it's still a part of our duty, I believe, now, before it gets handed over to the county, at which point it will be dispersed across North Yorkshire. But there's nothing to say that the budget that we have now will be anything like the relationship to the budget that this area gets in what comes next. And so I do think it's a part of a tidying up exercise. It would be nice to give our villages the opportunity of bidding for some infrastructure that they badly need from money which in a sense has been taken in lieu of the development that they've had. So I think this is timely. It says in the budget that you should identify where your money comes from, and it's about taking turns, isn't it? And it wasn't long ago that we gave the Milton Rooms about £500,000, I think. That's still waiting. And sure, the Milton Rooms could come back for a bit more, but I reckon it's the rural area's turn, and so I'd be quite happy to have this element that's put in the financial strategy identified here and now, and then we could get on with it.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. Councillor Joy Andrews.
Thank you. I think we've got to be really honest with each other and decide tonight where are we just going to blow the budget and just spend. I mean, a county councillor did actually speak to me, not anybody that is here present this evening, but he did say you might as well blow the lot. It's a minuscule amount compared to what North Yorkshire runs on. And I'm like, all right, okay. And then we've heard in meetings previous to this, especially I think Councillor Duncan was concerned that there wasn't going to be any money. He's been very concerned about possibly the projects that he doesn't necessarily want to come to fruition, that we're spending money on those. I'm happy to support spending the budget if every other councillor spends the money, if every other councillor is wishing to do so. I do think it's important that the rural areas get their share. And my concern is if they haven't got any projects in the pipeline or they haven't got the business plans, how much of that will come to fruition. But if we have officer time and there is stuff that we can do, or we can, like I think Councillor Paul Andrews mentioned, tie it up so that it won't be disappear. I'm quite willing to support, spending money in these areas I think it's important that people see their money being spent on things other than the collection of the bins and things like that. I think we've sat on the money far too long. I mean, I'd have liked to have seen the cattle market project coming to some closure now and been built and sorted, but it wasn't the will of the leader of council at the time, although the council did vote for it. So, you know, any projects that are coming forward, like Councillor Andrews said, I don't think we necessarily need to take one from the other. If we're going to decree, you know, we were looking at taking £15 off council tax. I think poor Anton's budget is just completely, is going to have to go back to the drawing board. So, yeah, we might as well say, right, well, yes, who wants some? Let's spend. But my concern is that if we don't get it right, then that money won't be, we can vote all we like tonight on that, but it won't actually happen if we don't get something in process quickly to get it ring-fenced. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews. Councillor Duncan.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. I think it's worth just pointing out that the proposal that's come forward from Councillor Docker and Councillor Bailey is not to add additional funding to the budget. It's simply to say that there is one particular venue, the venue we happen to be in this evening, the Milton Rooms, has already received £500,000. They asked for this council for £193,000, and they were surprised to have a bonus payment topping them up to £500,000. I think that if they put their hand on their heart, they can say they've had a very fair deal from Ryedale District Council. And what Councillor Docker and Bailey have done is actually say which areas have not had funding, and the rural areas do seem to have missed out and seem to have been sort of missed out as part of the jigsaw of the budget building. And I believe that it's right that we say, actually, here's a pot of funding we're setting aside for the rural communities, be they the villages, or be they the smaller market towns, where proposals can come forward to Ryedale District Council. They can be assessed and adjudicated upon and reported into Policy and Resources and Council as appropriate. I think it seemed to be, to me and to I think other members of PNR, slightly suspicious that without any advanced warning, without any discussion with the committee as a whole, a further £160,000 had ended up in the capital programme for the Milton Rooms, when they've already had £500,000. So this is about saying, actually, the rural communities have missed out, they deserve funding, and we as a Conservative group are prepared to address something which we feel has been missed. It does mean that there's going to have to be a choice. Everything's about choices. We have a set budget. But I just wanted to talk and address the point that Councillor Andrews, Joy Andrews has made, which is we're not simply saying let's blow the budget here. There's plenty of things in there we probably wouldn't like to spend, but we are saying that on this particular item, the Milton Rooms, it's materialised without any forewarning, and we feel actually that it will be better spent on giving everyone a fair opportunity to bid for it, rather than just one particular organisation that's had a very fair deal from Ryedale District Council. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Duncan. Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Chair. Well, aren't we having wonderful fun tonight? Playing little games that can be spun to sound good at the May elections, and at the same time making a complete mockery of the budget without any proper consideration. I wonder how irresponsible we can be collectively at the last minute before we move to this new council. Let's get rid of all the money and make it sound really good. Jesus, I just despair.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Councillor Burr.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd just like to say that the playground in Norton is an absolute excellent venue and used by Nortonians and Maltonians and the wider public. I know that Councillor Docker is aware that we own the building, and for many, many years, Councillor Docker, I did try to get money for the Milton Rooms, but unfortunately Milton Rooms didn't get any allocation. So the 500,000 does sound like a lot of money, but it was actually over many, many years that it should have been given some money. I think that the money is actually put into the budget and it's acknowledging that that there is going to be some request. So I do believe that this can be discussed, agreed or refused at P&R. I can't support the idea of taking money away from one and giving to the other, but I do think that there is probably some merit of discussing about how we can, you know, move forward with supporting the villages, because I do get the feeling from quite a lot of members that they feel that the villages do need to be supported more. So I do think there is some merit in this. I won't be supporting it, but as I said, I do think there's some mileage. Thank you.
Councillor Goodrick.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Dockwra is quite right, and I seem to remember making a similar statement a number of years ago about the fact that funding was very Moulton and Norton-centric. And fellow councillors, some of whom are still in this room tonight, rounded on me very vehemently when I made that suggestion. So she's quite right. But let's not forget, we've had a communities grant fund, and money's been put into that pot for the rural communities and anybody else, any other organisation who needs support. And if we're going to put money somewhere, then I suggest that's where we should put it. And we take applications from the communities and groups who need to have that money. And let's not forget, I've tried twice to get parks, children's parks. One village, the villagers decided not to go ahead with it. I can't do anything about that, they'd made their choice. And the other village couldn't identify a plot of land for a children's park. So that it's not so easy to do these things. But I think if we did put money into the communities grants pot for the final year and make it a substantial amount, let's say £250,000, let's throw caution to the wind and let the communities have a damn good go at getting the things they need before we disappear as a council. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Goodrick. I think you might have just given Anton a heart attack, but anyway. Does anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Dockwra, would you like to speak to your amendment?
I'd just like to say that I think, whilst I'm aware that the Milton Rooms needs more funding, and you know, I voted for the Milton Rooms to get its 500,000. I was fully supportive of it. But I do feel that a venue needs to stand on its own 2 feet. So my logic was to stop putting any more constraints on the budget and to ensure that Anton's heart does see us out of the council. I just feel that we should, you know, the Milton Rooms has had its fair share, as has Moulton and Norton and Pickering. And I just think this would be, rather than emptying the pot, because I don't agree with emptying the pot, I think there should be something left. God forbid there's another pandemic, but I don't think it's sensible to empty the coffers of any council before we hand it over. So I would just like to see this come from the mill, you know, as I've worded it. And I would really ask that you support this, because I do firmly believe that the villages, the rural communities have been so underfunded. Thank you.
I just have a small query here. This amount of money has been requested, but it actually hasn't gone through P&R yet. So can we take it away before it goes to P&R, or should it go to P&R and then be discussed? And
I believe we can take it away now.
Can I ask Elizabeth on that? Elizabeth, can I just ask you on that? This pot of money hasn't actually gone through P&R yet, so should it go to P&R and then be discussed, yea or nay, whether it should be spent in other areas rather than on the Milton Rooms?
It can go to P&R, but it is in the remit of full council to make a decision to alter that. So a decision could be made this evening to vote and carry the amendment or refer it back to P&R.
Yeah, thank you. So with that, I think we'll take this to the vote. Sorry, Councillor
Sorry,
White.
Chair. The figure of 250,000 was mentioned.
No,
that's
not part of this amendment.
No, okay. I withdraw what I was going to say. Thank you.
So we'll go to the vote on the amendment then. Thank you.
Sorry, could you just read the amendment again? I'm sorry about this. I was at the loo when it first was read out. Sorry, Claire.
It was to say, replace the word Milton Rooms additional capital bid with projects in Ryedale's rural communities.
I'm not picking holes in this, Claire. Sorry, I'm not picking holes in this. But when you say rural communities, does that mean not the market towns, but any other community?
It means the villages, the rural communities. You know,
so
not the 5 market towns. It is purely for exclusively, absolutely for the villages, not to be spent in any of the towns.
Thank you. Thank you. So we'll go to the vote. Thank you.
Councillor Joy Andrews.
Sorry to keep coming back to you, Chair. So the people I represent are from villages and from the market town. And if I voted for this, I don't know whether I've moaned about being sidelined. Would I be sidelined again? I represent Wombleton, which is a town, and the project I've been trying to promote is between Kirby and Helmsley, which I guess Helmsley would be excluded because it's a market town. So I can't really comprehend why small market towns that have been excluded should continue to be excluded.
Included. Well, maybe the small market towns could. I mean, the working.
Excuse me, Councillor Ryedale. We've gone to the vote now. I have gone to the vote. I did allow you to speak there, but you need to vote. If you're against this, you need to vote against, or if you're for it, you need to vote for it.
Okay. Well, I don't think I've totally lost my case, but there you go.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
I'm really sorry. I know you're going to go to the vote, but I just wanted a bit of clarification. I know we're doing the budget thing this evening, but the community grants fund was mentioned. Are we going to lose all opportunity? Would I have to put another, or somebody put another amendment in at some point after this one?
The community grants fund isn't any part of this amendment, so yes.
Okay.
So the amendment, as it's been read out by Councillor Dockra. Can we go to the vote now, please? Thank you.
Councillor Joy Andrews.
Against.
Councillor Paul Andrews.
Against, sadly.
Councillor Arnold.
For.
Councillor Bailey.
For.
Councillor Braxton.
Against.
Councillor Burr.
Against.
Councillor Clark.
Abstain.
Councillor Cleary.
For.
Councillor Cousins. Councillor Dockra.
For.
Councillor Duncan.
For.
Councillor Frank.
For.
Councillor Garbutt-Moore.
For.
Councillor Goodrick.
Abstain.
Councillor Graham.
For.
Councillor Keele.
Against.
Councillor Potter.
Against.
Councillor Ryby.
For.
Councillor Wass.
Against.
Thank you. Chair, that's 10 votes for, 7 against and 2 abstentions.
Thank you. So that amendment is carried. We've been going for a very long time now, and I think what we really need is a 5-minute comfort break. I'm sorry to say this, but I need a 5-minute comfort break. So can we just come back as quickly as possible, not later than 9:45. It's getting very late now, so as quick as we can. Thank you. So, does anyone else have an amendment? Councillor Duncan.
Bear with me 2 seconds. I'd like to propose to add to the capital programme £50,000 Norton Skate Park. Either have a seconder.
That's seconded by Councillor Dockrell. So would you like to speak to your amendment, Councillor Duncan?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Obviously, I was disappointed earlier that the proposal that I put forward to the Council was not debated this evening, was pushed back by people who say that they support the skate park. It was not debated, it's not discussed, and it's been referred to P&R. It means that we could now face a very long delay as it works its way through the Council process. There has been indication that this project is not a priority of Council officers. I believe as members we need to ensure that this is made a priority given the very lengthy delays that the campaign has already experienced, and we need to provide some certainty to those that are involved. If we were to allocate this funding in the capital programme, it will give a signal that Ryedale District Council is willing to look at this request favourably and will provide some assurance to those people who I imagine are extremely disappointed with the decision that's been taken this evening not to debate and discuss the item. So this is put forward really as a marker in the budget, as an expectation that Ryedale District Council hopefully will be able to, in the end, do the right thing by allocating this up to £50,000. I stated before the immense disappointment that I have personally as a councillor, and I know that many other people will be disappointed too, but this really is just to provide some reassurance to those that are involved that we might actually get a good resolution on this and that Ryedale can contribute. I just wanted to make a point as to why this has come to Ryedale. First of all, it's really to give the moral support to Norton Town Council to say that we feel this is of critical importance. In terms of the financial side of it and the financial signal that this gives, Ryedale District Council used to operate the skate park. We handed it over to the town councils. I'm not confident and sure that it was in the very tip-top condition that it should have been when the handover took place. And also, the skate park is not just used by residents of Norton, it's used by residents of Norton, Moulton, and also further afield, not just in Ryedale, but further afield than that as well. So I feel it's right that Ryedale District Council, the council that serves the whole district, does make a contribution to this, and that it is not just Norton Town Council that it's having to take, and its residents, its taxpayers, that are having to take all of the financial burden. This is a facility used beyond Norton, and it should be funded by the District Council, in my opinion. It's a relatively small contribution, but I think it will make a critical difference and allow Norton Town Council to crack on with works that they otherwise may not be able to do in such a quick time frame. So this is put out there. It's an attempt by myself as County and District Councillor for Norton to throw some support to the skate park campaign, and I hope that rather than what we've seen already tonight, that we can actually throw some support to the skate park. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Duncan. Councillor Goodrick.
Thank you, Chairman. Sorry, I'm a little confused because I thought we'd decided already that we were sending it to P&R. Now, normally you can't bring something back within 6 months, let alone in the same meeting. So can I get some views from the monitoring officer? Because I'd like to understand why we're back to where we were an hour ago.
Thank you.
Yes, we did vote on that, and it was voted. Councillor Duncan lost the procedural motion, and it was voted that this went to P&R. However, what he is now doing at the moment is that he is putting an amendment to part of the budget. So this amendment that he is putting in is different to his motion that he put in before. So although it seems that we are going backwards, he is quite entitled to put an amendment into this part of the budget that was separate to what he did before.
Thank you for your advice.
Councillor Arnold.
are we saying then that this £50,000 is going in the budget, but it won't be spent before there's been a report to P&R? Just to clarify.
Yes.
Then P&R have got to agree it before this money's spent.
Yes.
Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Paul Andrews.
Well, I have to say, Chair, I'm in favour in principle for a sum of money to be set aside so that it can be used for the skate park. I'm not opposed to that. What I was opposed to was the fact that we were actually going to spend that money without actually getting all our ducks in a row and organising it. I didn't think that we should sort of tread go where fools fear to tread, which is what I think we thought we were going to do. So I would support putting £50,000 into the budget for this.
Does anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Goodrick.
Thank you, Chairman. I do have an amendment to put forward for the budget shortly. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Clark.
Sorry, I'm just trying to understand something that's going on here. If P&R accept this and put £50,000 towards the Norton ramp, where would the money have been coming from if it wasn't from reserves?
Anton, could you answer that one, please?
Yeah, Councillor Clark, you're right. It would come from the same source. I think what's been proposed here, however, is just earmarking something in the budget now rather than adding it after the budget's been set. So.
Are you happy with that, Councillor Clark? You look puzzled. Does anyone else wish to speak? No? Councillor Duncan, would you like to make your speech to your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Just very briefly to say, let's take something positive from this meeting by committing the funding in the budget. As has been pointed out, the outcome is really the same. It was just my hope that we'll be able to give the certainty and the clarity this evening that we would agree in principle to the funding being released, subject to officers then having those discussions with Norton Town Council. What's actually happened is it's been referred to P&R for consideration. It will have to come back to Council for further discussion. It will then have to, I assume, then go potentially back to P&R for a decision to release those funds. It has delayed things quite substantially, but I did just want to put a marker down here that whenever we do finally end up with an outcome that Ryedale District Council has got there in its budget, a proposal for £50,000 as a marker and as a reminder to all members of the council, which I think, by the sounds of it, people do want to try and lend support. I'm just obviously extremely bitterly disappointed that not all councillors from the Norton and Malton area have this evening supported the quickest and most expedient way of getting that funding out there. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. So we'll go to the vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Joy Andrews.
Against.
Councillor Paul Andrews.
For.
Councillor Arnold.
For.
Councillor Bailey.
For.
Councillor Brackstone.
Against.
Councillor Burr.
For.
Councillor Clark.
Abstain.
Councillor Cleary.
For.
Councillor Cousins. Sorry. Against. Thank you. Councillor Dockra.
For.
Councillor Duncan.
For.
Councillor Frank.
Against.
Councillor Garbett Moore.
For.
Councillor Goodrick.
Abstain.
Councillor Graham.
For.
Councillor Keele.
For.
Councillor Mason. Councillor Potter.
Against.
Councillor Ryedale.
For.
Councillor Thackeray. Sorry. Councillor Wass.
Abstain.
Thank you. Chair, that's 11 votes for, 5 against and 3 abstentions.
So that amendment is passed. Has anyone else Councillor Goodrick, you said you had an amendment. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. And this is for me about levelling up, and it's levelling up in the rural communities. So I would like to propose provision is made within the budget to put the amount of £150,000 into the Communities Grants Fund so that the rural villages and communities and various organisations can apply through the normal routes to get that money. And I'd like it to come out of reserves, please. Sorry. Thank you, Anton.
Can I just ask at this stage, Anton, will you be able to balance this budget with the things that are being proposed tonight? It does seem to be that everyone's wanting their hand in the pot. So can you just explain that to us?
Yeah, I think at this stage we've increased the gap, if I put it that way, to be funded from reserves by just over £108,000, which was the council tax freeze. And then we've also set aside £50,000, so again, that comes from reserves. So about somewhere just under £159,000 at this stage. This would add another 150 to it. So it's not breaking the budget. I'm starting to shake because I don't like giving money away. I'm an accountant and I'm Scottish, you know, so I think it's not going to break the budget. It's doable within the reserves that we have at this stage.
So these things are doable then. That's okay. Right. Does anyone wish to speak?
Sorry, Chair, is there a seconder for Councillor Goodrick's
sorry, yeah, seconder.
amendment?
Councillor Arnold. Councillor Duncan, you wish to speak?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. It's just to say that I know Anton was listing the items of expenditure there. I think obviously the freeze was agreed, but then we had the actual reduction, which is, I think, another £200,000 on top, isn't it?
It didn't get through.
Oh, it didn't get through, and I apologise. I apologise. I've had a momentary loss of memory there, so it's been quite a long meeting. I've tried 3 years on the trot and not been successful, and this is the final year, so that's that one. But I just wanted to say, Madam Chairman, on this particular proposal, obviously we have just decided about the £160,000 which is set aside for rural communities in Ryedale. The current grants pot, I believe, and I'm happy for Councillor Arnold to correct me, I think has been 25, and I think was increased up to 50 at one stage. And often we do find that we don't have as many submissions. 45 up to 50. We've often not had enough submissions to meet the actual allocation. So while we may well put aside the 250, it just remains to be seen whether we'd actually get those requests in. The other thing that I would just like to point out is that if we put £250,000 aside into the Community Grants Fund, clearly that is open to all of Ryedale, not just specifically the rural areas. And I'm just wondering how that might sit aside those two pots of funding that have now been allocated. I'm not sure strictly if this is totally necessary and might just actually just complicate matters based on what we've already discussed this evening around the rural communities funding.
Sorry, Councillor Joy Andrews.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I could support this. Having been on the community grants with Councillor Ireland, etc., it's a really nice group to be on. You know, you find out what's needed in the area, and you have the very great pleasure of spending or giving money to positive projects. I think possibly as well it might be a little easier to get hold of the money doing it this way for the villages, in that It's done with officers, and I wouldn't have thought it's necessarily as time-consuming as getting a business plan together in to maybe access larger sums of money. So yeah, I could support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Arnold.
I think if you got this amount of money in the pot, you might have to change the criteria slightly, because we only allow up to a certain percentage. So if people want 25,000, they can only get 25%. Under 1,000, they can have 100%. So if you've got 150,000 to spend, it's a lot. It's a lot of applications. So you might need to look at the criteria.
Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Andrews.
I just make the point, Chairman, although I will be supporting this, just look at the overall context in which this council has done things tonight. We've taken away £160,000 from the Milton Rooms, and we've given it to the villages, which is fine. Well, it's not fine. Apart from taking away from the Milton Rooms isn't fine. And we've now given another £250,000 to the villages. And there's money enough to go around everywhere. And the Conservative group, led by Councillor Duncan, has concurred with yet again taking away money which could have been spent in the Milton Rooms and which didn't need to be spent taken away. Personally, I think it's appalling, but there we are.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews. I think you'll find that this wasn't suggested by a member of Councillor Duncan's group.
This wasn't, Chair, but taking away the money from the Milton Rooms, that certainly was. And
Thank you.
And bearing in mind that he's a councillor for this for this area, I'm really surprised that he's actually daring to stand for Milton.
Thank you. We're not going to start getting personal again. This council's calmed down somewhat since before. Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Chair. Can we just confirm whether we're talking about 150,000 or 250,000, because the two figures keep being bandied around? Thank you.
Councillor Goodrick, did you say 250 or 150?
I said 150,
I
Chairman.
thought you did.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Goodrick, would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. This money in the Communities Grants Fund is easy for people to apply to, and they have been doing it for some considerable time. It's a mechanism that's already there and is ably led by its chairman, Councillor Arnold. There are a number of issues coming up shortly where charities, small communities will be faced with inflationary rises and extra heating bills because of the costs of heating going up and energy. So I think it's very prudent to put this money to one side so that our groups that we rely on to provide sites, sound services, children's services, etc., can all get access to that pot of money if they need to. So we are actually going to help lots of organisations, lots of charities, lots of vulnerable people who need to get this money to their communities, whether they be rural or otherwise. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. So we'll go to the vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Joy Andrews.
For.
Councillor Paul Andrews.
For.
Councillor Arnold.
For.
Councillor Bailey.
For.
Councillor Braxton.
For.
Councillor Burr.
For.
Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Cleary.
For.
Councillor Cousins. Councillor Dockra.
For.
Councillor Duncan.
For.
Councillor Frank. Councillor Garbutt Moore.
For.
Councillor Goodrick. Councillor Graham.
For.
Councillor Keele.
For.
Councillor Potter.
For.
Councillor Ryby.
For.
Councillor Watts.
For.
Chair, that's unanimous.
For Councillor.
Thank you.
I often miss you out, so it's not unusual. Do we have any more? Sorry, that amendment is carried. Do we have any more amendments? Councillor Bailey.
Chairman, apologies for the late stage that we're getting to, but earlier on some of the debate or lack of it on the pay statement was a concern to me. I'm not just quite sure where in the page it is, but maybe to add it onto the bottom of page 7, there's a 5 or a little 7, to say that the pay statement should be discussed at Policy and Resources Committee or referred there. So I'll be clear to say the pay statement be referred to Policy and Resources Committee for further consideration. I'm not sure if I have a seconder or not.
Sorry, Councillor Bailey, I really didn't quite hear that. Can you speak into it? Sorry, I am sorry. I didn't quite hear what you said.
So, in our financial strategy, to amend or to add to it, the pay statement be referred to Policy and Resources Committee for further consideration.
Okay. Right. Yeah. Elizabeth, could you come in on that? Could you just make sure that amendments?
The pay statement per se to go to P&R is acceptable because, as Councillor Duncan said, we do have to publicly detail our salaries. So that in itself is not an issue. What was in the issue was the manner in which it had been asked, which wasn't appropriate. So whilst it is perfectly acceptable for a pay statement to be discussed per se, it's not in the way that Councillor Duncan put that forward in P&R or indeed this evening. So what I propose is, yes, we can agree to that, and a written response will be given to Councillor Duncan in that regard. So it's just, the way it was asked and the manner in which it was asked this evening was not appropriate for discussion. But of course, pay salaries per se that are identified and that we have to publicly declare is perfectly acceptable for those to be discussed at P&R. Thank you.
Did you want to say something else,
Well, just to add, apologies. Thank you for that clarification. I absolutely wasn't meaning that it should be an inappropriate discussion. It's absolutely about the salaries and the posts, not the people.
Thank you. Councillor Duncan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Obviously, a second. I just wanted to state very clear that obviously the questions have been asked. I won't repeat the questions I asked at P&R, and I'm sure Councillor Graham as well also is not prepared to repeat those, although we believe very strongly that they are legitimate questions angled on the posts and the detailed information which is on page 67 about the salary bandings. Clearly some questions have been asked, and I have not yet received, despite a promise from the Chief Exec and the Chair of P&R, the written response which was promised to me at P&R and to other members of the committee. As mentioned earlier, 10.5 of the Constitution makes clear that written responses should be circulated to all councillors on the authority, which has not taken place as of yet. There's clearly a number of questions which have been asked. There's further questions that I have that I would like to be answered. And to ensure complete transparency and to ensure that councillors have a full opportunity to ask questions and get answers on the pay statement, what I would like to see happen is that it is referred back for further consideration. It has already been to P&R. The questions were asked, in my opinion, satisfactory answers were not given. But I do believe that we do need to consider this further so we can get complete clarity about it. I'm hoping that we can resolve the concerns and questions that have been raised. That is simply all that this is about, but it's not a sustainable or fair situation, I don't believe, for questions to be asked and those answers not to be given. And I would stress this is not about people, it is about posts. And I think there are those questions there. I would like them answered, and I hope that all members can say, actually, questions have been raised, and let's get the answers to it. It's simply referring it back to P&R for that further consideration. I think all we were doing this evening was noting anyway, so it's not fundamentally stopping or preventing anything moving forward. We're simply saying we don't want to note it till we have a full and satisfactory answer. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Duffin. I do note however, I have advised you earlier on that you will be written to answering your questions. If you could forward any further questions that you might have which you wish to have included in the response that will go to you, then please do that. And I have already apologised for the lateness. So you will be advised, you will be written to, and so if you could let the Chief Executive and the Chair of P&R know what your additional questions are, then those can be answered at the same time too. Thank you.
I'm very clear that I want to stick by seconding this motion to have it reconsidered by P&R. It's been proposed and seconded, and obviously it's now open for any comments people want to make about the principle of it going to P&R, not necessarily the contents. I don't want to have a debate about the contents of it. I just simply want it to go to P&R for that consideration.
And that is permissible. I have already said that yes, it can go to P&R. Thank
you. Does anyone else wish to speak? Nope. Councillor Bailey, would you like to come back?
I haven't a lot more to add to it, really, Madam Chairman, in the sense that my second has said more than I thought he needed to do. But it does seem that that would be the appropriate place to be able to have a proper discussion, whether in exempt or open, to make sure that councillors understand the detail and the policies and the pay statement.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go to the vote.
Councillor Joy Andrews.
For.
Councillor Paul Andrews.
For.
Councillor Arnold.
For.
Councillor Bailey.
For.
Councillor Braxton.
For.
Councillor Burr.
For.
Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Cleary.
For.
Councillor Cousins. Councillor Dockra.
For.
Councillor Duncan.
For.
Councillor Frank.
For.
Councillor Garbett Moore.
For.
Councillor Goodrick.
For.
Councillor Graham.
For.
Councillor Keele.
For.
Councillor Mason.
For.
Councillor Potter.
For.
Councillor Ryby.
For.
And Councillor Wass.
For.
Chair, that's unanimous.
So that amendment is passed. Has anyone else got any amendments? Oh, we've run out of amendments. So, as the motion has been moved and seconded and debated, I will put it to the vote. This is the substantive motion as amended. So we'll take that to the vote now.
Councillor Joy Andrews.
For.
Councillor Paul Andrews.
For.
Councillor Arnold.
For.
Councillor Bailey.
Abstain, Chair.
Sorry.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Braxton.
For.
Councillor Burr.
For.
Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Cleary.
Abstain.
Councillor Cousins. Councillor Dockra.
Abstain.
Councillor Duncan.
Abstain.
Councillor Frank. For. Councillor Garbett Moore.
Abstain.
Councillor Goodrick.
For.
Councillor Graham.
Abstain.
Councillor Keele.
For.
Councillor Mason.
I'm not voting.
Councillor Potter.
For.
Councillor Ryby.
For.
Councillor Wass.
For.
Chair, that's 13 votes for and 6 abstentions.
So the motion is carried. So we're moving on now to item 8, paragraph 2, 3, 4, as revised, and 5 on the face of the agenda. As councillors voted on item 8, paragraph 1, a motion to adopt the remaining recommendations in item 8, namely revised paragraphs from Roman numerals 2, 3, 4 as revised and 5, which relate to the requisite calculations and setting of the council tax for 2022-2023 will need to be moved, seconded and voted upon. I would suggest those items should be moved en bloc. Councillor Keele, can you now deal with the remaining paragraphs in item 8, please?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As you've just detailed them, I propose that they're moved en bloc.
Is that seconded? Thank you. That's Councillor Paul Andrews is seconded. Councillor Ryby, could you just switch your microphone off? Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, sorry, Anton would like to speak.
Anton.
Yeah, it's just to clarify that the figures that are in the various paragraphs that just been moved, they will have changed slightly because of the amendments we've just done. One key one that that you will already know about because we've discussed is, of course, that the council tax level will be £205.63 for a band D. That's in small paragraph F. All the other figures will change. I have a computer called Mandy who has been calculating these as we speak, but I would suggest that if you're comfortable with it and if you approve this, that you allow me to send, once we've gone through them, to send them out to members, the revised figures. So there's no, all these figures are doing will be amended because of the various amendments you've done, nothing other than that.
Yeah. Thanks, Anton. Does anyone wish to speak in favour or against the motion or propose an amendment? Really? As the motion's been moved and seconded, I think we'll just put that to the vote. Members, can you please cast your votes?
Councillor Joy Andrews.
For.
Councillor Paul Andrews.
For.
Councillor Arnold.
For.
Councillor Bailey.
Abstain, Chair.
Councillor Braxton.
For.
Councillor Burr. For. Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Cleary.
Abstain.
Councillor Cousins. Councillor Dockra.
Abstain.
Councillor Duncan.
Abstain.
Councillor Frank. For. Councillor Garbett-Moore.
Abstain.
Councillor Goodrick.
For.
Councillor Graham.
Abstain.
Councillor Keele.
For.
Councillor Potter.
For.
Councillor Ryby.
For.
Councillor Watts.
For.
Did Councillor Mason want to vote on that one? Did you want to vote on that one, Councillor Mason?
I can vote on this one, can't I? The only one I couldn't vote on before was because they were talking about the skate park. So I can talk on this one. So yeah, I'd like to vote for this one, please.
Thank you.
Chair, that's 14 votes for and 6 abstentions.
Thank you. So that is carried.
Chair, just for clarity, I'd like to declare an interest that I have a company that's involved with the skate park, which I think has been discussed tonight. I think I need to put that on record. And the reason I apologise I was late because I was on the train back from London at the time. But I think I need to put it on record that's why I'm not voting on anything to do with the skate park, because I've been advised legally not to.
Thank you. So we move on now to item 13 on your agendas, which if I can find the right page. Agenda item 13. Turning to page 239 and item 13. Please, Councillor Keele, as Chair of Policy and Resources Committee, move to the recommendations in the officers' report, and once they've been seconded, you may make your speech.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This report to full council is about the proposed COVID-19 additional relief funding, otherwise known as CARF, the CARF scheme. It's recommended that full council supports the proposed scheme for additional relief funding so that it can be implemented by our officers as soon as possible. Thank you.
Is that seconded? Councillor Burrs seconded that. Does anyone wish to speak in favour or against the motion or propose an amendment?
Would you like a little bit more information?
Sorry, Councillor Keele. Yes,
okay.
would you like to make your speech? Sorry.
Okay. So, I'll be brief because of the late hour, but the key points of the paper are as follows. The urgency of bringing this forward on the agenda is because we do need to make a decision on this evening, because there are businesses out there who will benefit from this funding, and we need to start distributing it as soon as we can. So the purpose of the additional relief funding scheme is to provide assistance where business properties don't qualify for the other relief funds that have come forward as part of the COVID response. Central government has provided the District Council with just over £1 million to assist those ratepayers whose businesses have been and continue to be affected by the COVID-19 pandemic but are ineligible for the existing support linked to business rates. Eligible businesses have been identified from the current database that we have at the Council, and all will have a 15% discount relief applied to their 2021-2022 accounts. This administration process of the additional relief funding scheme has been discussed and approved by our internal auditors, Ryedale, and in all cases, Ryedale District Council will notify ratepayers of all the decisions made. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Keele. Does anyone wish to speak in favour or against the motion or propose an amendment? No. So the motion has been moved and seconded, so we'll take this straight to the vote. Thank you.
Councillor Joy Andrews.
For.
Councillor Paul Andrews.
For.
Councillor Arnold.
For.
Councillor Bailey.
For.
Councillor Brackstone.
For.
Councillor Burr.
For.
Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Cleary.
For.
Councillor Cousins. Councillor Dockra.
For.
Councillor Duncan.
For.
Councillor Frank. Councillor Garbett Moore.
For.
Councillor Goodrick.
For.
Councillor Graham.
For.
Councillor Keele. Councillor Mason.
For.
Councillor Potter.
For.
Councillor Ryby.
For.
And Councillor Wass.
For.
Chair, that's unanimous.
Thank you. That motion's carried. There's my front page. So now we turn to item agenda 9.
On a point of order, shouldn't the meeting adjourn after the time, given the business we've got left?
This
today?
meeting didn't start, Councillor Bailey, till 10 to 8. So the actual cut-off time will be...
Okay.
Can you advise me on that? What time cut-off time will be.
3.5 hours would take it to 11:24. But this is a very grey area because, you know, we had 2 meetings, excuse me, in one evening. So we had to take them as 2 meetings with the timing. So from this meeting started at, excuse me, 7:53. So under the procedure rules, you know, we could class at 3.5 hours from 7:53. But this is a matter for council to decide whether you want to proceed.
Councillor Cleary.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I appreciate there's a grey area. I think where is the grey area in a rule or the looking at the rule, how one interprets it, we've got to look at the reason for the rule. And I believe the reason for the rule is that after 3.5 hours, some of us are tired. From my experience from your seats, Madam Chairman, people's behaviour, ability to debate slackens off. I'm speaking personally that I've been up all day helping the electric board or Northern Power Grid, whatever. Everybody is very cold, despite everybody's best efforts. So I go back again, it's entirely up to you, Madam Chairman, but looking at the reason for the ruling of 3.5 hours, I would suggest that now is a good time to adjourn.
Chair, can I just say something? There is one important...
Councillor Andrews, yeah.
There is one very important item on the agenda which we do need to decide before we leave, and that's the formality of doing the revised political proportionality for committees. I think that does need to go through now. And it is item number 12. I mean, I think I possibly agree with Councillor Cleary, but on the other hand, I prefer not to come back next week. But if we are going to adjourn, please can we do item number 12?
Councillor Burt.
Yeah, I think that what we've got to do is just make a balanced decision, and I think that to actually reconvene again probably isn't the best way forward, and there doesn't look as though there's much controversial business to do. So I personally think we should probably just carry on, but obviously that's entirely up to members. But it's just that we've got to reconvene and we've got to come back, but it's entirely up to members.
Councillor Bailey. Sorry, Councillor Bailey, and then I'll get to you.
Sorry, Chair, if I can say this without my teeth chattering, I propose that we deal with item 12 and then adjourn to try and move things forward.
I would like to deal with item 12 before we... Councillor Dockra.
All I would like to say is that obviously some of us have a drive home, and the later it gets, the more uncomfortable I am driving home. So I don't want to stay here till 11:30. I don't feel safe going home that time of night, and I don't think it's difficult for us again in the rural areas to be expected to do that.
So I would have liked to have got through item 12 because I think it's important to us to get the proportionality of the council sorted out. So what I propose is we take item 12 now, and then we'll have to leave the rest of this agenda for another meeting. Councillor Duncan.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. I totally agree with the approach you put forward. In speaking with the previous monitoring officer, it was stated that there would have to be a motion put forward if we wanted to meet on a different date to the one that's been proposed, that was agreed by Council in its annual programme. So I don't know if we need to do that, but I'm happy with the approach that you put forward, which is we do item 12 and then we adjourn to a date to be decided.
Yes, we do. We do need to have a motion just to adjourn to a date to be decided. The reserve date that we do have in mind is the 3rd of, excuse me, I've got a sore throat, the 3rd of March. So if we could just deal with the item 12, and then if we just vote on the motion to reconvene on the 3rd of March, please. Thank you.
Okay. So item 12 then. Turning to item 12, the revised policy proportionality of council. This report has been prepared following recent changes to political groupings. We're looking at the officers' recommendations in paragraph 2.0 of the report circulated. Please will someone move the motion?
I'll move it, Chair.
Councillor Andrews, thank you.
And I won't speak to it. If anybody else wants to speak to it, that's fine, but I'm not going to say a word.
Is that seconded? Seconded? Councillor Bailey, thank you. Does anyone wish to speak in favour or against the motion or propose an amendment? As the motion's moved and seconded, in that case, I will put it to the vote. Members, could you please cast your votes?
Councillor Paul Andrews?
For.
Councillor Arnold?
For.
Councillor Bailey?
For.
Councillor Burr?
For.
Councillor Clark?
For.
Councillor Cleary?
For.
Councillor Cousins? Councillor Dockra?
For.
Councillor Duncan?
For.
Councillor Frank? Councillor Garbett-Moore?
For.
Councillor Goodrick?
For.
Councillor Graham?
For.
Councillor Keele?
For.
Councillor Mason?
For.
Councillor Potter?
For.
Councillor Raper? Sorry, Councillor Ryby?
For.
Councillor Wass?
For.
That's unanimous, Chair.
I believe Elizabeth said we need to now suspend this meeting until a date to be decided.
Yes, so could we just have a motion, Chair, that's just moved and seconded that the meeting reconvenes on the 3rd of March, please? Thank you.
3rd of March, have we got a...
Yes.
We've got a venue and everything for 3rd of March, right. I'll propose the motion. Councillor Duncan?
Sorry, you propose that now, Madam Chairman. I would like to move an amendment to that proposal.
So, sorry?
That might be the easiest way to do it, Madam Chairman, if I move what I was going to suggest. It might be easier, Madam Chairman, if I propose what I was going to propose on this item. I can read it out to you if you would like me to. It's to propose that Council reconvenes on the 24th of February as decided in the annual programme in the Council chamber at Ryedale House.
Is that seconded? Does anyone wish to speak to that?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. I just wanted to state that for a very long time now we've had a lot of disruption to our meetings, and I believe that the public are looking to us to set an example and that we need to try and get back as best as we can to business as usual. The reason why the 24th of February date it's been proposed for us not to meet then and instead meet on the 3rd of March is because this venue is not available. And I believe that we should not be dictated to by what is happening, much more fun things, I'll probably imagine, in this building, that mean we have to reconvene and change our dates in accordance with it. There is now no legal restrictions whatsoever on people gathering, people meeting, people doing work and business and leisure. And therefore, in my opinion, we should stick to the dates of the meetings which we have agreed. And from this point forwards, unless there is a change in law which necessitates us doing anything differently, we should meet once again in the council chamber at Ryedale House and send a message that we as councillors are here to do our jobs, serve the public which we represent. Let's end this nonsense whereby we are being dictated to by the availability of the Milton rooms. Let's crack on and meet on February the 24th, and let's get back to business as usual. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Chair, Madam Chairman, can I just intervene there? I accept Councillor Duncan's view. However, whilst the government are lifting restrictions and the legislation that made us undertake our social distancing and other protective rules is being lifted, the Health and Safety Executive are still stating that all measures in relation to the safety of officers and members of the public must be adhered to. So I think it needs to be made clear to councillors that at the moment, if everyone returns to the council chamber, all social distancing rules and any health and safety requirements that we would need to put in place, we cannot do so. And so therefore we do owe a duty of care to officers, councillors and members of the public, and we do have some vulnerable councillors who are our members, and so therefore we cannot guarantee the safety of members if we put everybody back in the council chamber on the 24th of February. This is not something that the Health and Safety Executive advise, and as the duty of care that we owe as a council, I would recommend that councillors do not agree to this and that we remain with the date of the 3rd of March. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Oh, hands everywhere.
Madam Chair, can I just reply to that advice?
Well, I think there's a lot of people
just very briefly, was to say, it was just to say very briefly, if we look at a picture of the House of Commons when it last met, you will see 650 people sat side by side with no social distancing whatsoever. Are we saying that Her Majesty's government and the opposition are not complying with health and safety legislation? They're sat there side by side with no social distancing whatsoever. Let's take our lead from them. The second point is restrictions are not being lifted. They have been lifted. There are no restrictions whatsoever at this point in time. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
I'm not sure what the government were doing, were the party, or were they actually doing business at the time, Keane?
They're exempt.
Where do I go next? Councillor Arnold.
Please, can you tell me what is the temperature of a working office? Because if I'd have been at work when I used to work at Tillill in Thirsk and the temperature was this, I'd have been sent home.
I haven't the foggiest idea what the temperature of a working office should be.
16 degrees, public sector.
I don't know who interrupted and said that there.
Sorry, Councillor was.
Oh,
16 degrees in public sector.
16 degrees. I worked outside for quite a lot of my life, and I will say I worked in 0 degrees for days and days on end. Councillor Ryedale.
Thank you, Chair. I support Councillor Duncan, and I think we should move back into the council offices, and we should have the meeting on the 24th of February. It's kind of okay, we read the book to the letter, but in reality, it's bloody cold in here for one thing. I'm putting probably as much risk, arguably, as any other councillor. I'm regarded as vulnerable, but I would be very happy to come into the council offices, and I would not hold anybody responsible for the risk I was personally taking. So I want the meeting on the 24th.
Thank you, Councillor Ryby. Councillor Andrews.
Yes, Chair. The reason why this room is cold is not because the heating isn't on. It's because the doors open. If we meet in the council chamber, the doors would have to, all the doors would have to be open.
Exactly.
So I don't follow that argument. Chair, Councillor Duncan is young, is virile, and he's keen and enthusiastic. Some of us are older.
I think we're in danger of going into personal attacks again here, Councillor Andrews.
Some of us are older, and therefore we are classed by our doctors as vulnerable, and others of us who aren't actually so classed have nevertheless had procedures and things done to us which actually we don't think matter, but people do die of them, and the numbers who are dying of COVID is still just on 200 a day, and I really don't think. I personally think that the restrictions have been taken off too early, and I think we should stay as we are in this room. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. To try and move things on, one of my concerns is about cost, actually, as well. You know, there's an ongoing cost to coming here that we really need to get over and get back to doing that. So, of course, as councillors, our collective duty to the welfare of our staff is paramount, and I'd just like to underline that that's absolutely something that I take very seriously. But if we could ask our officers to do already knew their risk assessment and to put such measures in place as might need to be done to communicate those to us in advance, I'm sure we'll be able to make it work.
Councillor Mason.
I just want to question the lawyer. I actually support Keane's point on this. I think we should be meeting in public. So I'd like to face the people that are making these personal attacks against people. It'd be quite funny. But I want to clarify the advice we just got from the lawyer, that are we allowed to? Because if we're not allowed to, then we shouldn't. But if we can find a way, then I would support it.
Councillor Keele. Councillor Andrews, could you put your microphone on? Sorry, Elizabeth, did you want to come back on that?
I'll just come back on that. The restrictions have been lifted by the government, and you know they have been in the Houses of Parliament, but the Health and Safety Executive do not agree with the restrictions having been lifted. So their advice to employers and organisations is that the safety measures should still be in place because of the duty of care that we owe to people. So we cannot comply with those safety requirements if everybody is moved back into the council chamber. So this is a matter for councillors to decide as to whether you want to go back or not. But as employers, the council can't guarantee your safety, and we cannot do social distancing. We cannot, protect you in the same way that we could do in the Milton rooms. But it is your decision.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Councillor Keele.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just really surprised by having this conversation when we've had very clear advice from the monitoring officer. This is not going to go on forever. I'm sure at some point there will be an agreement with the Health and Safety Executive. But I think we've had solid advice. We not only have duty of care to each other, but we also have a huge duty of care to our staff. And I think we stay as we are now until that advice changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Keele. Councillor Burr.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. The first thing is obviously a quote has been made, look what the government is doing and how they are acting. Well, I don't think we want to be taking our lead in all cases from the government. However, I am struggling with actually all this social distancing and wearing masks, etc., etc. In my day job, I am working with probably 50, 60 people a day. And I am actually struggling that I do something in my day job and then I come on an evening and I've got to sit and be socially distanced and wear masks, and it's just not sitting right with me. I do take the point about members of staff, etc., etc., and that could probably be reduced, and you know, if they wanted to sit on the stage, etc. But it doesn't sit well with me, and I know that the health and safety have advised, but they're not always right. And I personally would like us to get, as soon as possible now that the jabs have been, you know, really well accepted and received, get back into the council chamber. That's my personal opinion, and I do understand what everybody's saying about vulnerability, but, you know, we've got some councillors here who are very, very vulnerable, and they have said that they would actually like to get back to normal, and so would I. So the next meeting, I hope that we can hold that at RDC. Thank you.
Councillor Goodrick.
Thank you, Chairman. I think the question we've got to ask, and I think Elizabeth probably needs to advise on this, is the advice from the health and safety. Is that just advice? What are the implications to the council if it chooses not to take that advice? And are there any financial implications if we don't do what the health and safety executive advise? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Elizabeth.
The health and safety advice is advisory now as a consequence of the restrictions that have been lifted. So there would be no specific implications if we returned to the council chamber, other than I don't think it's safe for everybody to do so. But it's up to you to decide whether to do so. We owe a duty of care to staff. If staff contracted COVID, obviously it would be very difficult for them to prove where they caught it and whether we had breached our duty of care to them. But obviously the safety of everybody is paramount. But if this is a decision that you make, that you wish to go back to the chamber, then that is a decision for you to make.
Elizabeth, could I ask you a question from the chair? The chair has a personal responsibility and liability with regard to the safe running of the meeting. Where does that leave me? Thank you.
Because the restrictions have been lifted, we owe this duty of care, but you would not be personally liable for anything that happened if council decided that they wish to go back into the chamber. You owe a duty as chair for the safe running of the meeting, but if a decision is made that everybody is happy to go back, then there are no repercussions that can come back on you as chair.
Thank you. Councillor Mason. No? Right.
Madam Chairman, just before we do take a vote, I wondered if we could have a view on this from the head of paid service.
Sorry, I can't.
I wondered if we could have a view on this from the head of paid service, who obviously is also involved in duty of care to staff. Is that okay, Stacey? Thank you.
At this moment in time, it is not something that I would advise to do. That is because of the Health and Safety Executive, that we are still getting inspections through. It's also because we've had some recent advice from our health and safety advisors, which are provided through North Yorkshire County Council. And what they've said to us at this moment in time is that the council chamber is not fit for purpose for anybody who is vulnerable. On that basis, I can't recommend it to you, but as Elizabeth has said, you are entitled to vote on that as elected members.
Councillor Arnold.
Don't we have a duty of care to the members who are sat in this room shivering? Because my legs are shivering, I'm frozen to death, and I shan't come in here again. because it's not fair.
I think we're going round and round in circles.
I know.
Now. I'm sorry, Councillor
The
Ryedale.
question hasn't been answered about the working temperature of an office.
Sorry, I find the advice that we're being given kind of contradictory. 2 months ago, I know the situation's changed, but we couldn't have Zoom meetings. It was illegal to have Zoom meetings, which we'd been having before. Suddenly it was illegal. We've got to meet, come into this bloody room. Now we can't go. You can go to a football match, you can go into the pub, stand next to the guy at the bar, but we can't have a meeting in the... And I don't accept the advice. I think it's bureaucratic.
The problem is with the pub and the football match, that's not this council's responsibility.
I know it isn't,
Councillor
but
Ryedale.
people do, and they're allowed to do, they're encouraged to do.
It's a free country. Councillor Duncan,
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. Just very
your
briefly,
final
I think it's
speech,
fair
and
to
then
say...
we can go to the vote.
Sorry, thank you, Madam Chairman. Sorry to talk over you. I think it's fair to say COVID is serious. It's been very serious. It's affected everybody's lives. However, we are now at the stage where I feel we need to react corresponding to the advice and the guidance and the restrictions. There are no restrictions currently at this point in time. We've heard that COVID is a notifiable disease. Food poisoning is also a notifiable disease through the Health and Safety Executive. We've heard that there is that advice in place. We have to crack on as business as usual. We have to get on with our lives. And I have to say that the COVID situation, which none of us wanted to see happen and none of us could have foreseen, I think has really damaged relationships between members, also damaged our decision-making process. It will be so much better if we can all sit in the same room as members of all parties in the House of Commons are currently doing, with no perceived health and safety issues at this point in time. They seem able to do it, we should be able to do it. Sit in the same room, look at each other, work together, discuss things together, look each other in the eye rather than be looking straight ahead and forwards, and actually try to get back to working how we used to work before. I think we do have to call time on what I perceive, and I agree with Councillor Ryedale, does seem to be bureaucratic nonsense. We've seen our meetings cancelled with no apparent logic to it. We've seen decisions having to be made on an urgent basis. We've seen a period of time where we couldn't meet at all. So I believe very strongly that we need to get back to business as usual. We recognise the advice that's been given, but we can and we should and we're legally able to get back to our business. Let members decide now. Let's take the control back over our democratic process and let members decide. Let's go ahead with the meeting next week. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Just to clarify, we are voting to reconvene on the 24th of February in the Council Chamber at Ryedale District Council. Councillor Paul Andrews.
Against.
Councillor Bailey.
For.
Councillor Burr.
For.
Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Cousins. Sorry? For. Thank you. Councillor Dockra.
For.
Councillor Duncan.
For.
Councillor Frank.
Against.
Councillor Garbett-Moore.
For.
Councillor Goodrick.
Against.
Councillor Graham.
For.
Councillor Keele.
Against.
Councillor Mason.
For.
Councillor Potter.
For.
Councillor Ryedale.
For.
And Councillor Wass.
Abstain.
Chair, that's 11 votes for, 4 against and 1 abstention.
So that vote is carried. And the meeting will be reconvened on the 24th of February in the Council Chamber.